Hello and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand YouTube coverage of the Summerset National Singles and Pairs live from the Browns Bay Bowling Club. We're currently watching a round 2 game of the second day of the women's singles between Rhonda Admas of the Fitzroy Bowling Club and Thomson of the Omokaroa Bowling Club. As you can see on the score tick, Caitlin currently leads 3 points to nil, and it is a race to 21 points. For the women's singles, this is the second day of 2 for them. They play 6 games apiece and have to win 4 to qualify, so it's getting to the crunchy point here for Rhonda and Caitlin, and promises to be a good game. A reminder, of course, that you can find up-to-date results on the Bowls New Zealand website on Bowls Hub Aotearoa. So if you go to the Bowls New Zealand website or the Bowls New Zealand social media pages, you'll be able to find up-to-date results there for all of the women's singles and all of the men's pairs. It's been an eventful day. My name is Alex Reid, and if you stay tuned, I'll be back with full commentary at 11:45.
I'll yell it out for you. Now that goes back. I'm very straight going back. Yes, of course. Probably Lynn or here. We've got another lady from Rhonda, and fourth person. So I'm not rolls to push it, okay. Yeah. Too busy concentrating on the fact that I'm making sure a tap doesn't touch it. No, she isn't. No. Is it really? Wow. Got to remember not to stick out in front of the camera. I have to bend over to the yeah, but when I'm picking up the ticket and placing it in the
And welcome
Oh,
and
okay.
welcome and thanks for watching the Bowls New Zealand YouTube coverage of the Summerset National Singles and Pairs, based here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club. In fact, around 19 other clubs around the Auckland region at the moment. And presently we do have fine weather, albeit fairly gusty, with the wind coming off the coast, off the beach, Browns Bay Beach, really about 50 metres away. And that is affecting the bowlers just a little bit, perhaps not quite as much as yesterday. And Alex Reid looking forward to some very good bowls here with the National Summerset Singles for the women at the moment.
Yes, certainly. It should be good. It's the second day for the women, so they play 8 rounds.
Here goes your mass again. We'll get there.
8 rounds and 6 games over the 8 rounds is how it works for them. So that means they get 2 bye rounds, and that was in order for the players to do a little bit of marking to help us out with finding markers. And on that note, just quickly before we move on, I'd just like to thank all the host clubs for doing a wonderful job and helping us find markers for the national singles. And we look forward to the same thing happening when we get up to the men's singles in a couple of days' time.
Well, as we add up all the competitors over this 6 days, I mean, 205 entries in the men's pairs, 328 in the men's singles, women's pairs 88, women's singles, as we're seeing today, 127, the open disability singles 30, and the open disability pairs 14. And you can hear the breeze is obviously just got up a little bit there as we look at our 2 competitors in this particular contest, and it's Caitlin Thomson from Omokoroa. She's in the white t-shirt, and just seeing that bowl just sail on past. It is Caitlin Thomson from Omokoroa, just north of Tauranga. There she is there with the yellow bowls, and Rhonda Adams from Taranaki. She has the, I guess, blue purple bowls there. And at the moment it is Caitlin Thomson leading 7-5, and as you can see, it is the first to 21 there, Alex. So not ends, 21.
First to 21 points in the singles here, which makes a good game. But it does mean that some games go for not very long. If a game blows out, like 21, they've seen a couple of 21-1s and 21-2s. Rhonda herself won a game 21-2 against Janice Little earlier on. Yesterday it was, so that game would have gone for not long.
Well, tell us about Rhonda. She's obviously quite experienced nationally.
Yeah, she's been around the traps for a long time. Very prominent in the PBA scene, which is played over the winter time in New Zealand on covered greens usually, and connected up. And as we see Rhonda play an absolutely brilliant bowl here. Look at that correction.
Some late swing in. And
good timing from Rhonda to play a good bowl. We're talking about her. So she's been all around the world with bowls. She's been to the UK, played in their World Indoor Singles a couple of years ago. Some New Zealanders
we
might
better
remember.
watch out there. Someone's about to get connected.
You have to keep your eyes open. And it does look, based on that, Dave, that both of these bowls from Rhonda and Caitlin, the bowls themselves have quite a big swing. They're quite a more of an old-fashioned bowl with a big turn.
Yeah, they don't mind going out fairly wide to start with. It looks as though they're going to be quite a way off, but certainly coming around.
Yeah, and there's a knack to that because it doesn't feel that natural to aim so wide with your bowl. But there's a knack to it, and if you can trust your bowl, Rhonda here finding the gap, that was stressful for everybody involved. If you can trust your bowl to come back, you can play some really nice draw shots with those big swingers.
And every bowl so far has been on the forehand side. I think we're going to continue that way as well.
Yeah, look at that wind.
And we're looking at the present time at Caitlin Thomson from Omokoroa, from Omo. And tell me a little bit about Caitlin Thomson. I understand she's fairly young.
Yeah, she's a junior bowler, but also a young bowler. As we spoke about that yesterday, junior doesn't mean young and outdoor, but in her early 20s, her mother plays. That's how she got into the game. And so does her grandmother, and she was a part of a multi-generational fours team when we had the national fours at Mount Maunganui in 2020. Her grandmother, mother and her played and went quite well in the fours. So just starting out her career is Caitlin, and it'll be a great battle, I think, between that sort of youth and experience here between Rhonda and Caitlin today, as we see Rhonda look to add a third shot here, and she might take the lead for the first time if she can get her bowl to stop. Doesn't look like it's going to, Dave, just going off the screen. So 2 to Rhonda, and it's drawn 7-all.
Yeah, 7-all with these 2 competitors. It's looks to be just the experience and youth as we're looking at the ages there, but I'm just looking at see if we can see anything in the different styles and way they play. Is there any style that we should be looking at, Alex?
Yeah, I don't know much. I haven't seen a lot from either of them play. I remember when Rhonda played overseas. I watched that broadcast 2 or 3 years ago, and she wasn't afraid to be aggressive with her third and fourth bowl. So it'll be interesting to see if she carries that to the outside game. We might see some aggression from Rhonda as the more experienced player, but in these conditions, and you can hear the wind, it often becomes almost a war of attrition. You're just trying to get your bowl to be close to the jack, and that can be quite challenging.
That particular jack, quite a way back, the referee, and who was the referee there?
The umpire, that's a great question. We can get I think the name of the umpire will pop up on the screen soon. I was told.
I'd get you on something. I was waiting to try and get you there, Alex.
I can tell you, there was an umpire in the background, Trish Croot in the background, just won the Auckland Mixed Pairs. We see Rhonda here, that lovely green we're talking about. You don't want to see the bowls crossing over the centre line when they finish. If they're sort of in the middle of the rink, that's a good sign. And Caitlin opting to play on the other hand.
Well, this will be interesting. So we've seen the big swing around on one side and having to play quite straight on the backhand side, but it looks to be coming across. Oh, that actually worked quite nicely.
Yeah, so that may be to do with the wind maybe going from the right to the left as we see it, and that may be causing that big swing to happen on the right-hand side as we see it. And Rhonda looking to follow Caitlin down on her forehand.
What do you think here, Alex? A little too strong? No, it's holding up.
Yeah, that's a good shot there from Rhonda, settling in nicely. And already we see on this end her holding two. She was. There we go.
I love the fishing. It was this big. I think, really?
Yeah, sometimes people can get a little bit
enthusiastic.
Yeah, but it can cause some friction in teams. If you ask your skip how short you were, and they say this far, and then you get up to the head, and it's different to that, they've exaggerated. You go, well, I wouldn't have made the correction I made if you'd been more accurate.
Well, it's a little difficult from that distance away. It's another very straight bowl, this one.
Yeah, look at it holding up. That's certainly wind related. Oh. Although she was looking, based on that weight, to maybe rest that bowl at 11 o'clock or move the jack back.
And Alex, this afternoon, I'm sure you'll be able to update with scores, whether it's from the pairs or from the singles at some stage as well. We'll keep you up to date with those scores. Thank you very much to all of the clubs who are taking part. I'm sure they're putting in the scores as well, and also to our people around the greens at the moment. And if you're wondering why we've got a different view from yesterday, Alex, you'd like to explain the different view?
Yeah, so it's on the same green that we were broadcasting from yesterday, but the players are playing in a different direction. So the greenkeeper makes that call. You can play either way that you like, and it's usually sort of to keep even wear. If you remember, there's eight days or so of play to happen. If they were just going in the same direction, you almost get grooves in the green, as we see Caitlin here on her backhand on that big swing, and sort of chopping and changing a little here.
She seems to have got a little bit too much grunt behind it, a little bit too much power behind some of these bowls.
Yeah, well, the issue...
The first one was good.
Yeah, the issue for Caitlin at the moment is she's sort of switching hands, has gone back and forward. If you don't stick with one, it can be hard to make that correction because you're starting from scratch, essentially.
Well, that's the other thing. If you're going from forehand to backhand, does that... Surely that can't help you, whether it's mentally or just to get the movement in your body.
Yeah, it's challenging, particularly early in the game. Later on, once you've played both hands, you know what they do. But early on in the game, and it's only 7-all, it's reasonably early, to chop and change, we would discourage. It doesn't make it easy to play a good bowl. And Caitlin now, looking at this head, she's 3 down. She has got a back bowl, but there's gaps everywhere if she wanted to hit it. I don't know what her run shot's like, but she may be tempted just to play with weight in this situation. On either hand, looking to reduce the count or take the jack back into the ditch.
And just looking at some of these previous scores for both of these competitors, and we had Caitlin Thomson defeat Karen Barton In fact, she was defeated by Karen Barton, that is, 21-15.
Mm.
And then Thomson was defeated 21-15 as well by Karen Hema. But then she managed to score a win back against Sue Curran from St. Heliers at 21-19.
Very competitive games there. As we see Caitlin now on her backhand. What's she playing here, Dave? A reaching bowl. So she's looking for the bowl or the jack. She needs to connect with something. She doesn't want to find a gap.
Oh.
And a gap was found, and that's the danger with those situations. So she'll be disappointed with that. She wasn't far away from collecting something.
Such narrow margins that we saw yesterday as well. Some very, very narrow margins. And sometimes the more mature player, as we saw with Mike Kernahan yesterday, and this is the case with Rhonda Adams, sometimes the more mature player plays the finer margins slightly better.
Yeah, and you find it sort of... it's almost a self-perpetuating cycle. Once you start missing, it's hard to stop missing. And once you start hitting, it's hard to stop hitting. So if Caitlin had got the jack plumb there like she was looking for, it's very likely that if the opportunity came up again, she'd probably get it right. But once you start finding those gaps, it's unusual in bowls how you can just keep finding the gaps for no particular reason, really. It's a well-played shot, but it just is what it is, I suppose.
And previous matches there for Rhonda Adams, you did say that she did win one 21-2. She also had a 21-4 victory as well. No, she lost.
Yeah, it's been a roller coaster for Rhonda. She won her first game 21-20 against Sue Curran. Remembering that we heard that Caitlin defeated Sue Curran 21-19, so 2 close losses there for Sue. And then she defeated Janice Little 21-2, which is, I mean, that's a comfortable... You'd take that, wouldn't you? It wouldn't have lasted long, that game. But then defeated by Dawn Owens, as you said, 21-4.
So I just wonder about the consistency. How many matches did they have to win to get through?
4 matches. So I'll get the... I'm waiting on results from their previous round to come through, and we'll see who's sitting where at the moment.
If Adams wins this one, then that's her 3rd win.
Yes, and then she's got one more this afternoon. But she had a game this morning, remember? So if she won the game this morning, it could be this game for Rhonda Adams to qualify. We just have to wait and see. And I think those results must be... Yeah, they're through. So I can tell you, we may as well stay...
We'll stay with the results.
Stay with the results. So Rhonda has won 2 games and lost 2 games. She defeated Sue Curran and Janice Little, and she lost to Dawn Owens 21-4. And Rima Strickland, from Royal Oak Bowling Club, who's a good bowler, 21-14. So Rhonda's in this game to stay alive. If she doesn't win this game, she cannot qualify.
Okay, and I would assume that the same would go for Caitlin Thomson as well. Because remember, she had 2 losses yesterday.
Caitlin, yes. No, Caitlin's lost 3 games, so she's playing a spoiler. The role of the spoiler today. So Caitlin cannot qualify in the national singles, and Rhonda still can. So if Caitlin was to defeat Rhonda, that's what you do when you... I know as a bowler, if you can't qualify yourself, it's your job.
Have you been in that position?
Many a time. Many a time, Dave.
And you spoil?
I've tried. I've spoiled a couple of people's days. You just go, look, if I can't do what I wanted to do in the beginning, I may as well stop someone else from doing it. So we see this massive green here on that hand from Caitlin Thomson. And it's still going. Just agonisingly short. But that was the right line, I think.
Well, at the moment, she's spread fairly wide on 2 of her bowls, the other one behind. And you can hear and see the gusty wind. It's set in the T-shirts, and you can hear it through the microphones.
Yeah, it does make it challenging, and Rhonda opting to play her backhand side. So probably feeling... That tells us that she thinks the yellow bowl at 10 o'clock is in her line, which just shows you how much that hand is swinging. Careful, Rhonda. Oh, this might not have gone that well. So we see the jack pop back.
So then actually it's 1 going to Caitlin Thomson now with the yellow, the closest one.
Yeah, that wasn't what she was planning to do there. Unfortunate for Rhonda. The amount that the jack moved would indicate that she was too heavy anyway, but it's a bit unlucky to move the jack back there.
So where are you going to go here as Caitlin Thomson?
Desperately will want to add a bonus bowl. So she's taking
So
that
she's going
lovely
out
line.
very much. A lot of green. Watch out for the person coming down again.
Ooh, close. If she clears this front one, she's close to 2.
I think she's going to get her. She got too much juice.
Great shot. That's how you rub salt into the wound, Dave.
There you go. That's the spoiler.
Yeah, and drawing closer to that level, 9-10. And that's a big swing around on that end because it was looking like Rhonda was going to score 2 or 3. And instead of Caitlin having to play a bowl to get the shot, Rhonda gave it away. And 2 there to Caitlin Thomson.
Now, your challenge for this particular contest is to find out who our umpire is, our referee is. So just coming down the green there. So this is your biggest challenge. Tamara may be able to tell us.
Well, she's obviously from Browns Bay because she's wearing a Browns Bay Bowling Club shirt. Andrea Grant. Brilliant.
I love that.
Thank you.
We ask and
Thank
we
you,
provide.
God. That's great. Andrea Grant be the marker. And it has been great, the club support and finding markers for the singles event. The reason it's slightly different this year, so we used to just run, there were no buys running through section play, so markers would have to be found for all rinks that were being played on. When you run an 8-round draw like we have this year and have 6 games played over 8 rounds, that means every player gets 2 buys. So they're not win buys or lose buys or anything. They're just it's 2 spaces where you're not playing a game, and it gives them an opportunity to do some marking. So it sort of takes a little bit of the pressure off finding as many markers as we used to have to find, and it's been a good initiative this year and quite well received, I think.
In a lot of sports, is if you lose, you end up having to do the scoring or the umpiring, the refereeing, or something, some sort of officiating. It was a great incentive to try not to lose.
Yeah.
Remember that in tennis and also squash, they do it quite willingly. But in tennis, it was unwillingly. Lose and you're there. So it was a big incentive. I remember being a spoiler in one tournament, but I still did not want to lose because I didn't want to umpire the next match.
I respect that. That's fair enough.
It was horrible weather, and I just did not want to be sitting up on that umpire's stand. And that one, too much. And who have we got in the background there? Can we identify them?
An umpire, and he's wearing one of the new, we've spoken about it a bit in the live streams. For about 20 years, our umpires in New Zealand, we can identify them. It's on the screen. Rob. His name's Rob. Ask and you shall receive. Excuse me.
You're getting too excited about that.
Great shot there from Rhonda Adams while we're talking about the umpires.
You can have some water in the meantime. We can carry on there. Oh, someone's hat's gone flying.
So Karen's lost a hat. Yep. It's all happening at the bowls. Rob Van Ryn, the umpire, but they've got a lovely new strip. They've got new jackets and new shirts.
And who's the sponsor of that?
The Summerset Retirement Villages have kindly sponsored the new umpires' shirts and jackets, and you'll see them around and for the last little while, actually, probably the last year or so, half a season. It's been good to see, and every umpire in New Zealand will eventually have one of those.
And Caitlin Thomson just asking our marker the distance, and it is very close there.
Wanting to...
Looks as though Rhonda Adams has got the slight distance better.
Yeah, I think she's underplayed this. Caitlin will be very disappointed with that bowl if we just watch it zip away now. It's what we spoke about, that weight. If you look at the speed of the bowl, it was level with the jack, but she just didn't give it a chance to come back into the head. And we talk about trusting the green. You aim it out wide and trust it to come back.
Oh, and there was a bit of a grimace there that she didn't feel very happy about that one. I think she feels it's going to turn too early. And it is. Yeah,
she knew the moment she let that go, that was a poor bowl. And Caitlin with another opportunity, she'll know the weight was fine. So it's just about aiming wider now. Take your time. Foot placement on the mat.
Now those apartments that we can see in the background are going to get a great view. Perhaps that could be the new broadcast area.
Perhaps we'll have to ask about that.
Bowls New Zealand purchases apartment for great view of the greens.
Have to put the subs up by some margin, I would say, for that, Dave. And Caitlin's made a good correction here, willing it to hold up. It's still, look how far it's still turning. That's ridiculous. But hopefully with the apartments, that might be if you're watching bowls, come down, wander down to the club and have a go. It might be a new source of members for the Browns Bay Bowling Club.
Could well be. And
that's a better green there,
I
Dave.
think just watch out there from the other. Saying
it's taking some green.
Yep. Oh no, we're seeing it. We're okay.
Watch it at the end. If she's got the weight right, it will come back. Not quite. So only 1 point there for Rhonda Adams. Now leading 11 points to 9. In this race, 2:21.
And Alex, I think we can see pretty much on every rink where they're having to go so wide and just be very conscious of where the wind is taking their bowl.
Yeah, particularly on that side to the left as we see it.
It's not making for the most accurate bowling from anybody because they're having to anticipate how far the wind will actually take it and how much turn they'll actually get.
Yeah, it creates a different challenge, and we'll see different shots played. You usually find that. Look at the jack. Look at the jack get blown.
It's carried on.
You usually find that when the wind is up like it is today, it's a draw or drive territory. So they're either drawing to the jack or they're hitting it real fast. Because if you go quick, your ball doesn't have time to get blown off course. The run shots and the bowls that are 1 or 2 metres over the head are the ones that tend to get the worst affected by the wind. And Caitlin, because that jack was misdelivered and thrown outside of the rink, gets a chance to deliver the jack herself and set the length. And see, she's taken green with the jack, and now it's crossing the centre line, going to our right as we see it. That buffety wind.
That has just been carried away. That's the second time, so I'm not sure what they're going to do.
It stopped.
It has?
Perfect weight control. So she got past the 2 metre mark, but it didn't fall into the ditch.
I'm not sure if that was planned or lucky.
You never say something's lucky, Dave. You always just go, that's clearly what I was going for. And Rhonda opting to play the big swing. Look at that. That's not narrow.
That's almost in the other rink.
Essentially is. The good thing about these events, most of these players will have played at them before, and you get used to just being aware and they are coming right back. Perfect green.
That's fantastic.
Great shot. You become aware of bowls in other rinks. So you just you find that most bowlers play a little bit staggered. So I would look and make sure that no one's about to play a bowl into my head when I'm with my bowl. So there's a bit of etiquette there. And usually...
this is very wide. That's a lot of green, but too much. Doesn't come around though.
Yeah, that's a little bit double bluffed there, I think, from Caitlin. I think she had just watched the jack get blown across the line twice and just thought, right, I need to give it a bit of curry, and hasn't quite picked it right.
So no one is actually going to play a backhand at this end.
Would
be unusual.
Yeah, they may do. You'll find the players will pick one hand. So Caitlin may be forced to switch to her backhand now, because Rhonda is going to finish sort of in the eye-ish from where Caitlin is on the mat, but opting to stay on the forehand side. So yeah, it would be unusual. Usually the players pick a side of the rink, and it looks like these two have picked the swinging hand, and whatever works. Looks like a better effort here though.
And quite a big step on that bowl. You notice there from Caitlin Thomson, the taller player, takes quite a big step down the green. Well, that's working.
Yeah, nice shot there from Caitlin. Will be close to shot.
Ooh, no.
Based on that camera angle, I don't think so. I think 1 to Rhonda at 7 o'clock. And Rhonda now switching to the backhand side. So we'll see this take nowhere near the amount of green. Yeah, look at that. Would be less than half.
Oh, that's coming around. Too strong, do you think?
She's going to hold.
Oh. Well, she stayed there, though.
Yeah,
she's going to get to it if it's remained this way.
It was a good result. It's hard to tell if she played for that. I suspect she didn't envisage moving the jack back.
So we're going to see a backhand coming up now, do you think?
Yeah, we'll see Caitlin follow that bowl. Very smooth delivery from Caitlin Thomson, member of the 1 to 5 Bay of Plenty representative team. And this one not far away. Slightly overplayed. It was in with a chance the entire time, Dave. And then just kept trucking on. And Rhonda now, same again, so she'll think to herself, I've already got a bowl in the area. I just need to remember what it felt like.
So we're looking for 2 at the present time.
Yeah, she's holding
for
2.
Adams.
If she's got the right weight, this will be a 3rd shot. It's not far off. Lovely bowl there from Rhonda Adams and a chance.
Oh, it's 3.
Yeah, she's holding 3 and a chance to take a nice lead in this game. Caitlin just going to have a look. That's good. That's good stuff. You're under pressure, so she's just going to have a look at the head to ascertain what shot she wants to play, which will be just a draw.
Meanwhile, Rhonda Adams just taking a little bit of a sit down. She knows she's got the advantage of, well, 3. And
yeah, Caitlin will just draw the shot here. She does have a couple of bowls past the head, but there's only a jack target, so you wouldn't want to be attacking because you have a jack-sized target to hit. If there were bowls near the jack, that's when you start thinking,
more targets, bigger
a
targets.
bigger target to hit. So she'll be on the draw here. On the backhand side, if she's got the weight right, it's close, Dave. Beautiful line as we watch this bowl come back into the head. Is it going to stop? That's the question. It has.
It's going to get a 1. There we go. Switches around, and now 1 point there, and we'll bring it back to just 1 on the scoreboard as well. And that is a nice pressure bowl there from Caitlin Thomson.
A very important bowl there from Caitlin. If she'd missed that, she would have been 14-9 down, and that doesn't sound very good.
And now just the 1 point. There we go, with your lollipop being held up.
Good stuff from Andrea.
This is where we saw on the last end where the bowls were using great width, plenty of the green.
So it'll be interesting for Caitlin. I suppose now's not the time. There's always a temptation, if you've played a couple of bowls well on one hand, like maybe now's the time to switch to the straighter hand of the 2. If you know she's not getting the big swing as well, maybe she'll think, look, I want to switch to the straight hand.
So you think she's going to take more of a forehand approach on this actual end?
She would have considered it, although she's playing her backhand now. And that's because she's played this well, but she played a lovely bowl on the previous end on her backhand side, which is the straight hand. The green would be the same coming back in this direction, so she would have thought, maybe I do, but obviously I know nothing because this is a great bowl on the big swinger.
That is one of her better bowls that we've seen so far in this actual contest.
And you want to do it with your first one as well, Dave, because it
switches the pressure around.
Yeah, and you know you've got it right with the first one, so you expect yourself to be able to follow it up. You're not searching for the line and the length. As Rhonda
this
here,
isn't too bad either.
Waiting on it to run out. It's just going to die in the hole. That's a cribbage term, isn't it? Die in the hole. Is it?
I hadn't thought about it that way.
I think it is. I've heard it.
Thought more about a pirate dying in a hold.
Pirate dying in a hold. Die in the hole. I don't know. Something like that.
There we go. We've switched.
Yes, sorry, switching to a forehand. And that's because Rhonda's bowl, as we see it, the one at, what that be, 2 o'clock.
Well, she hit that, then she'd probably knock it closer to the jack. And this is,
just slightly overplayed.
Otherwise, if the line was actually pretty good.
It was okay. It was one to work from. And that may be, we talk about the distance that a bowl travels. She probably felt like that was the same weight as her first bowl, but on the straight hand, so it would run further. Rhonda here looking to make a correction.
Been a little bit short there. It is up to 21, and this is the Summerset National Pairs and Singles, around 19-20 clubs in the Auckland region. We mentioned in the pairs, the men's pairs 205 entries, men's singles 328. Women's pairs 88, and the women's singles, that's what we're in now, 127. And our 2 competitors, Caitlin Thomson in the white shirt from Omokoroa, just north of Tauranga, and Rhonda Adams from Taranaki, I believe from the Fitzroy Bowling Club in New Plymouth.
That's correct, and yeah, we're very pleased with those entries, Dave. That all the events are up on last year's Nationals in Christchurch in regards to entries. The women's singles, 17 more players. in the women's singles, but always a great event and a good mix, as we see here. There's a mix of players and a mix of abilities and a mix of ages all turn up to play our Summerset National Championships, which is good to see.
Well, the other thing is that it's, I guess, the first year that we've had non-COVID-ish.
Yeah.
For quite some time. I mean, we haven't had the lockdowns for quite a number of months, if not a year or so. Yes, there is still COVID about, and I'm sure that's affecting some people, whether they compete or with how well they feel.
I suppose what we're saying is travel is no longer restricted, is it?
No, it's probably more expensive. No, that's a good bowl there from Caitlin Thomson. She'll be pleased. That looks as though she's got two. I would suggest she's got two there.
Yeah, so this is a big chance here, or a big bowl from Rhonda Adams, looking to draw the shot, showing her experience if she can. Just passing through.
I don't know how that missed everything. Are we going to get a two? Are we looking for two?
I think two. I think we're going to see Caitlin take the lead again for the first time in a while, but we'll wait for the lollipops. Dave?
Don't go with all your chocolate bars that you've got here at the moment, Alex.
Very healthy snacks on the commentary table. And one
we
conceded.
Measure this? We are going to measure it.
So I think in outdoor, it's whoever wants the shot measures it. So Caitlin goes, I want the second shot. I will measure to prove that I have the second shot.
And so that's different in indoors?
Indoor bowls is a bit different. It's the team with the last bowl measures. But really, it's one of those things where if you've got to measure, you may as well. Often the younger person will measure with a bit of etiquette.
So maybe it's only one.
The way it looked there, just the one. I blame the camera angle. Phil Skoglund in the background. Famous bowling name, the Skoglunds. Goes back about 4 or 5 generations worth, Dave. Phil Skoglund
games.
Yes, yeah.
1 or 2, maybe 3.
That's right. And Phil Skoglund Senior was one of the youngest men to win the national singles. He was 21 in the early 60s and won the national singles with 2 lives intact. And there were letters written into newspapers complaining about his age and playing bowls, because it was felt that it was an older gentleman's sport. And they didn't like that a 21-year-old had come in and won the national singles, but went on to become an absolute legend of the sport. He won the singles more than 3 times, the national singles, Phil Skoglund, and played at the top level for 20 or 30 years. Sadly passed away not that long ago, I want to say 3 or 4 years ago, and had a bowls column in the Manawatu for some time, Phil.
Well, I'm going to ask you something which will give you some time to answer, unless you do know it off the top of your head.
No chance.
Who has the most singles titles, male and female, in New Zealand? There you go. You don't have to answer that straight away, but I'm sure people watching are interested.
There's a few that have gone back to back. Ali Forsyth.
So you just said that Phil Skoglund Senior won about 3 times.
He won at least 3.
So is there anybody's maybe 8? 10?
No, there'd be no more than 3 or 4 in a row.
Okay.
Oh, no, sorry,
well,
no more than 3 or 4 singles titles won, I would say.
And looking at this bowl, taking up a lot of green, and it looks as though it's going to come around quite nicely.
Lovely line there. One of the things we do in bowls, Dave, is we recognise 5 national titles with something called a gold star. So if you win 5 open national titles,
and that is in what, singles, pairs?
Yeah, anything that's an open national event. So we run an open national 4s, pairs, and singles. So if you win 5 of those, you get a gold star. It was first awarded to a man called Percy Jones in the mid-60s, as we see Rhonda here. Great shot there, holding 2, when he won his 5th title, and it was felt that that was an exceptional achievement and something needed to be done. So they decided that they would give him a special gold medallion, and that developed into a gold star and was awarded in arrears as well. There was a couple of people who'd won 5. Caitlin asking how short her front bowl is, and 2 down on the head. So yeah, gold stars are highly sought after, and there's not many that have been given out. And a list of them are in the program. If you're playing at the Nationals, the program, we have all our gold star winners included in there.
Well, I'm still going to get you to check on how many anybody has 4 or 5 just singles titles.
I will.
There
I'll
you go.
come back to you
That's the
before
challenge.
the end of the
You've got
day.
all afternoon as it stands. In the meantime, though, we are still 11 all, going up to 21, and that's a perfect bowl.
Great shot there from
Just
Caitlin.
drops down even closer as well.
Navigating her front bowl too. It would have looked almost impossible from her end. That's a great shot there. She's played a couple of very good bowls under pressure.
Yeah. Well, she faded away. She had an early lead, then seemed to fade away just a little bit, and maybe just the odd bowl not quite swinging the way she wanted, and we had some great pressure from Rhonda Adams, but Caitlin Thomson has come back nicely. We thought she had 2 from the last end, but it was only 1, and at this stage, she certainly has 1. What's she going to do here, Alex? She's going to go forehand still?
Yeah, she'll feel like it's a rinse and repeat, isn't it? You just think to yourself, well, I've done it once, so why can't I do it?
It's a big stride that she takes down the green.
Again, Caitlin on the forehand, beautiful line. Willing this ball back in, it's not far away. Willing it back in.
It's going to work.
Is it going to sit down? What a shot! That is magnificent stuff.
Just at that time as well, we actually saw one of the bowls for Rhonda Adams move, and the wind got it and made it sit closer. Not that much closer, but just a little bit closer. So the wind is actually affecting them. The bowl had been sitting virtually upright, and then the wind tipped it. Oh, this is going to go all the way through. Oh, it's going to knock out one of her own.
Yeah, Rhonda was on the probe there. She was looking to move the jack or the bowl, but pushed it that little bit wide. So 2 there, I think, to Caitlin. That's 2 magnificent bowls as a 3rd or 4th shot.
Well, she's staying around as the spoiler, as you said, because Caitlin Thomson is effectively out. However, Rhonda Adams needs to win this to go through to post-section players.
Yeah, or to have a chance to go into post-section. She needs to win this game.
And just change again, so that should be, yes, 2 points. And 13-11 there for Caitlin Thomson over Rhonda Adams.
I'm playing well. I've been impressed with Caitlin's bowls.
Particularly the last 2 ends. And the last 3 ends, that is.
When she's under pressure as well, she's just sort of...
You are busily looking up to see who the title holders are, or the most title winners are, that is.
I'm giving it a go. We've had, there's a few expected. Mike Kernahan's won 3 national singles. Right. Peter Ballas has won 3 national singles.
I want that 4.
Ali Forsyth has won 3. I have an inkling that it might actually be, whoever I said before, Skoglund. He may have won more than 3. Gary Lawson's won 1, 2 national singles, but does hold the largest number of national titles. He's on 15 national titles, Gary Lawson.
And this is a great start there for Caitlin Thomson. Just sitting, I guess, at 3 o'clock to the jack. It's a nice start.
It's been a good game, this one, Dave.
The different stances that they have as well. It's almost a front-on stance and then takes a late step as Rhonda Adams, whereas Caitlin Thomson takes quite a stride down the green.
Yeah, one of the things that we've moved towards talking about in bowls is not necessarily having one prescribed delivery action, but having delivery actions that are suited to your body type. Because there's tall people and short people, people who are more fit and less fit and all that sort of stuff. So it's more about doing whatever you can consistently. So it's a good example of 2 different but very effective deliveries there, I think.
Oh, that was the question there of the marker. What are we looking at there? And she got the answer back that it was the 1. So Caitlin Thomson has the closer first bowl at the present time. And switching from her backhand to her forehand. And hasn't quite worked on that one.
Yeah, there you go. So I was rightish. Phil Skoglund's won the most national singles titles, and he won 5 of them.
5?
Between
and that was Phil Skoglund Senior?
Yeah. Between 1958 and 1972. He won 5 national singles, 58, 66, 70, 71 and 72. So he's the only man to have won...
3 decades as well.
Yeah, 3 decades and 3 years in a row. That's as good as it gets, really. And I'll come back to you on the women's one because
Rhonda Adams just
women's
swinging that long way away, just about out of the picture, actually. Well, that's some great research there. So a number of bowlers have won 3. but only Skoglund Senior has won 5.
That's right, and you can see Skoglund Junior in the background in your next camera shot, I reckon, wearing the northern jacket, has played for New Zealand himself. Well, the shot after the next one, has played for New Zealand, has been a New Zealand selector and New Zealand coach as well, and just coming back to playing bowls. He's moved to Auckland and playing out of the Takapuna Bowling Club.
I know that club very well, next to the Takapuna Tennis Club.
There he is in the northern jacket, just behind the camera. In the green, hands on hips. So he's played a poor bowl there. Phil Skoglund Jr. That's okay, good timing for him. As we see Rhonda here, I think she's made the same mistake again, Dave. It's so frustrating as a player when you just see that bowl. Once they start turning, they won't stop.
So at the present time, it is a 1 point is going to go Caitlin Thomson's way. She comes up for her last bowl from this end. Nice and smooth action. That was just, it looked beautiful. How it's going to end up, we'll see.
Yeah, it should be not that far away. As we watch this bowl, looking for the jack now. That's great stuff. And now Rhonda is in a world of pain, under all sorts of pressure. She's 3 down on the head, 1 bowl to go. She's missed twice on her backhand side. It's got caught by the wind. This is a big bowl in the context of this match. Caitlin leading 13-11.
So does it make it worse that the jack is further back?
It does, and we see Rhonda now switching to her forehand, so she's given up on the backhand completely, starting from scratch. That's a bit of experience. Sometimes it's easier to start from scratch than to persist with the losing line. She needs to get underneath this. This is close here from Rhonda Adams. Great bowl.
No.
She hasn't drawn the shot, but she's cut it down, and that would have been such an easy head to drop a 3 on.
So yeah, that was potentially 3 from this angle, but now it's just the 1, believe?
Yeah, just the 1 now for Caitlin instead of 3, and a great shot there from Rhonda, showing a lot of experience.
So 14-11 will be the score. Caitlin Thomson against Rhonda Adams. It is Thomson as the spoiler as such. She can't make it through. However, Rhonda Adams does need to win this contest to continue through to post-section play in the Summerset National Singles and Pairs. We're at the Browns Bay Club on the North Shore of Auckland. It's the head club as such. Oh, that's a nice little jack there, only just curving away at the end. Maybe a little too strong, or just about anyway.
Yeah, it's okay if you throw it over the 2 metre mark.
Right.
It just gets put back onto the 2 metre there. And Caitlin leading off on the forehand. So we've seen a little bit of this chopping and changing from the players. They can't seem to settle on what side of the rink that they would rather play, which, I mean, it's fair enough. It's a bit windy, so you find a bit of success on one hand and a bit of success on the other.
And Alex says we've looked up about the singles winners for the men's. For the women, who are perhaps the competitors that you would guess would be up there?
Well, there's a couple of errors. So Millie Khan is probably the most well-known bowler, winning a silver medal in the singles at Pakuranga Bowling Club in the early 90s at the Commonwealth Games, and has a well-known dynasty. I think she would have won the singles 2 or 3 times. The most successful ever woman bowler was a lady called Sissy Winstanley from Hawke's Bay, and I believe she took bowls up after an injury in her 40s. She might have been a tennis player first, I feel, and she ended up winning.
Sound about right.
Fair enough. I think she ended up winning 15 or 16 national titles, which has not been bettered yet by anybody, and one of our most prolific bowlers, and a little bit, we don't talk about her as much as we should nowadays in this modern era. She's not mentioned as much as she should be. So Sissy Winstanley would be up there. Someone like Murray Watson in the 90s, I think, won 3 or 4 national singles. So there's a few
So
the same
this is
as...
going to take a little bit of research from quite a way back as well.
So I'm drawing on the dregs of my memory, Dave, challenging
That's all
me.
right. It's always fascinating to know just who have been the great winners when it comes to the actual titles and the singles, men's and women's. We always want to know the pairs and the triples and the fours as well. However, we are looking at the singles at the moment, and we are looking at the women's singles.
I think there's something special about being a national singles champion. I think that's in any sport.
Yeah, that's true.
That's something special and something that we talk about as we watch Caitlin here. She's really settled into her work the last few ends. When we first were commentating on this, it felt to me like Rhonda probably had the advantage, Dave, but I feel as if Caitlin's shown a bit more consistency recently.
I'm going to ask you, Alex, where are Rhonda Adams' bowls?
They're out of camera shot, Dave. They're past the head. It's
This is
because
better.
that 2-meter jack. That's a great correction. It's interesting though, isn't it? Because earlier on, it was Rhonda with the 3 bowls close, and Caitlin who was under pressure, playing good last
And
bowls.
here we go, just to check there, which one's closest.
And there's we see Rhonda's 2 bowls at the back of the head as well, Dave.
So still 1 point at the present time to Caitlin Thomson. That would take it to 15-11. The last bowl, what's she going to do here? Relatively, no, it's swinging out. Not quite as wide as what we expect.
She'll be looking to go past the head because Rhonda's got bowls
She's
at the
hit her own.
back. I think Rhonda's going to go jack in the ditch here for 4 points. If she can put the jack in the ditch, we know she's got 2 bowls at the back. That's 4. There we go, great camera angle there. Her Rhonda's bowl, blue bowl that you see on the screen in the middle, is protected by the front 2 yellows. So Rhonda would be hard pressed to accidentally knock her own bowl out.
So she's going to have to hit yellow first.
Oh,
she's not going to.
That's disappointing. She's still looking for jack movement though. If she gets underneath that one, not to be. No. She played it at minimum speed.
So just 1 point then goes to Caitlin Thomson.
Yeah.
Albeit quite a close 1 point in the end, with Rhonda Adams getting a little bit close on that second to last bowl that she had.
Yeah,
but 1 point, nice though, because she goes up to a 4 point lead overall to Caitlin Thomson. 4 points back when you're only going to 21, one opponent's already at 15. That's starting to get a little bit tough, isn't it?
It is, and 15, yeah, you're getting there. So in a game to 21 points, no one really panics until someone gets to 16 or 17, because we call that 17's within checkout range.
Yeah.
You could win within one end if you scored the 4 points. So Caitlin will be feeling like she's got the upper hand in this game for sure.
And that jack just drifting away a little bit. It'll be corrected and put on the line. And here we have Caitlin Thomson, still in her early 20s, from Omokoroa Bowling Club. They've got the golf club there, the sailing club, fishing club. They've got a lot of recreational activities to do at Omokoroa.
Lovely place.
Yeah, it is. That's just kisses the jack.
Yeah, look how far it turned in the last foot that it went forward. It probably swung 4 or 5 feet across, which just tells you that the effect that the wind is having on these bowls. And Rhonda taking a very big green, and if we watch this bowl at the end of its track, for every foot that it goes towards us, it's going to be moving quite far to the left. Made a liar of me there, Dave. But you take my point.
Oh, we do. Where's she going to go on this one? And she's going for the backhand. Going to take up a lot of green.
Yeah, she's got
a lot of green.
Good weight with her first. So it's just about trying to keep that weight and adjusting the green. So we watch this bowl turn back.
And it's sitting upright at the present time. Wouldn't surprise me if it drops back with the wind collecting it.
Absolutely. I believe also, Dave, while we're talking about the greens that this has been played on, that little half green you see at the back is called the Coomera patch, colloquially known as the. I don't think they grow Coomeras there, but that's what they call it at the Browns Bay Bowling
I would
Club.
suggest that it's just a warm-up area, or used sometimes.
It probably was a half green that they used to use as a practice, but it's just grass at the moment. So maybe that's where you have a barbecue or something for the Browns Bay Bowling Club. It looks like it's not Manitoto grass.
Okay, the Coomera patch. All right, we love it.
Coomera patch.
And of course, our conversation has continued about using either Eden Park as a bowling area, or maybe somewhere like that.
As a warm-up game.
It'd be a very long game, that one. No, I'm not talking about using the whole field.
Imagine. And Caitlin here holding 3, so she's putting real pressure on Rhonda, but there's enough room here. Rhonda would expect herself, she's a good enough bowler to draw the shot. She'll be disappointed that she's overplayed that one.
But we have mentioned about using clay again, how interesting that would be, depending on what sort of clay and just what it would create.
I'm sold on that idea. I'd be interested to see what would happen. Caitlin now looking to put the pressure on. If she can sit with 4 here, she's essentially sitting on 19 points. Oh, I don't think she's... You see the hand goes to the head.
Oh.
Disappointing. She didn't let that one go as good as she'd like. So now we have a situation where Rhonda is 3 down with the proverbial mile to draw within. But that's almost harder than when the bowls are close because there's not really a target.
So who has the point here?
Caitlin's
I guess Caitlin does have
holding 3, yeah.
1-3.
I would say, and I'd say that she's holding on to 3 because we see Rhonda's bowl there swoop through. That camera angle there, I think the 2 bowls that you see at 4 o'clock beat the blue bowl that you see at 5.
Well, let's look for the lollipops from the marker.
Yeah, then it just becomes a question, does 9 o'clock beat 5 o'clock?
And they're taking a little look themselves.
Nope, Jack's been picked up. So
agreement.
I'll go for the lollipops. 1,
so we
2,
are going
3,
to, what
2,
have we got? Yes, 3.
3.
And so we are going up to 21 here in this women's singles. And why to 21 there, Alex? Why not 21 ends? Is it just the quickness, the speed of the game?
It's just the number that we chose.
Okay.
It's a number that there's been for some time. It's sort of, I'd call it the international standard, 21 points. Occasionally you find a tournament that plays to 25, and in Australia there's a couple that go to 31, which I think is a little bit excessive, but 21 is what it's been for some time now, 21 points.
And most competitors agree with the 21, they're happy with that?
Yeah, it's pretty much, if you play singles in New Zealand, you are much more likely than not to be playing to 21 points, and I think it's just the standard that we have domestically to 21.
What about playing to 31? You mentioned that in Australia, and have you done that?
I've never played it. I've played to 25, never played a game to 31. I've watched a few. They can be absolute marathons because it gives, even in 21 points, a player, it's very challenging to keep up a high level of bowls for the 20 or 30 ends that you're going to end up playing. So when they get to 31 points, when you could have 50 ends of bowls, there's lots of peaks and troughs, and it becomes about endurance and consistency.
What about playing to a shorter number? Have you tried playing that? Has there been times when we've played shorter number of points?
Yeah, some novelty tournaments to 15 or 11 that you can play, or some money tournaments that you can play around the place that are played over a weekend, might be to 15 or 11, and that then is about getting out of the gates early, and you find a slightly different game is played then.
So it's no comebacks, it's more of a first best start.
Yeah, and you see players take a little more risks because the risk and reward situation, you can't wait to get to 21. You go, well, to 11 is quite good. I'll play this bowl that's worth 3, and if it goes wrong, it goes wrong, and if it doesn't, I've won the game. So you find a more risky game is often played, but it can be quite exciting to watch.
I would expect quite exciting to compete in as well, as we see 18-11 here. It's going to have to be a very big comeback, and I think Caitlin Thomson can feel quite happy with herself after, well, being down by about 3 or 4 at one stage. And she led relatively early, and then it dropped away at the last few ends. She's done very well, and this one coming around nicely as well, Alex.
Yeah, another great bowl here from Caitlin. Beautiful bowl, front touch.
Oh, that's superb. Just sitting in front, obscuring the view, everything you want.
No, I think she could be proud of how she's played. Caitlin had some great games. If you look at her run of games, she's scored 15 points or more in every game that she's played, even the ones she's lost a couple of losses to 15.
Yeah, that's
so done a fine accounting of herself here, and looking like she's going to do enough to beat Rhonda, but it's not over till it's over, and she does need to get to that 21 points.
Effectively, she could wrap it up in this end, although she still needs another good bowl.
Yeah, she needs 3 here, holding 1, so Rhonda's got second shot. I don't think she's going to... Oh, it might come back. We know it's got a massive swing. Let's just watch it.
Is that going to be a 2? Is that going to be close enough? Or
Nah,
no,
there'll be a better camera angle, so no. Interesting decision to be made here for Rhonda. Switching to a backhand, it's really hard to draw the shot here. So you essentially... Well, she's given it every chance. Needs to use her wing bowl. Get into
Oh.
the head. Good try there from Rhonda Adams, not to beat.
So just the 1 point there, and it's going to take Caitlin Thomson to 19-11. So we can see it is up to 21. And just inching away towards that 21. And you know that, Alex, I'm not going to let you go on that question of who has won the most women's singles titles.
Mari Watson has won 4.
4
is the answer, and then there's a smattering on 3, I believe.
But you were saying that Sissy Winstanley,
she's on 3 national singles titles.
Singles titles.
And 17 titles all up, which is ridiculous. So Mari on 4 is the one with the most.
And when did she win those singles titles, Mari Watson?
In the mid to late 90s.
Okay.
Roughly when she was playing for the New Zealand outdoor team, Mari, domiciled in Nelson, and her son's name, well, his last name's Watson. I can't tell you what his first name is. It's gone away from me, but they've had some success together. I think they may have won a New Zealand mixed pairs at some point, Dave.
Excuse me. So there we go. So we have 5 from Phil Scotland Senior.
Yes.
And from Mari Watson,
4.
4.
That's the 2 most successful national singles players in our history, really. We've got Rhonda on the backhand. She needs to make something happen here. She will have been in this. She's played bowls long enough that she will have been in this position before on one, Dave. It happens, you know, if you play bowls long enough, the comebacks happen, and that's what you have to try and draw on. She'll be thinking, look, I'm 11-19 down.
Well, that one actually helped because it's just knocked over Caitlin Thompson's bowl to be slightly closer.
Yeah, she won't be that chuffed at 11-19. It's not about, she won't be thinking I need to get to 21 first. She'll just be thinking just stop Caitlin from scoring. You eke away, you try and score 1s and 2s and see what happens. And pressure can do funny things. If Rhonda can just tighten up a little bit. Caitlin's bowl agonisingly.
And the drop.
Well, it's in the count, it's worth 2, but she will have been willing that one to turn. Rhonda here needs to get one close. Game down as it sits. Gary Watson was Mari Watson's son.
That's good. We managed to get there in the end. Where'd you get that from? Was that the back of your mind? Or someone just messaged you through?
It was someone far more wisdomous than me, Dave.
I won't ask who, but
thank you,
thank you
Kevin.
very much for letting us know.
Much appreciated.
I hope people like that listen.
Caitlin showing a bit of frustration there. That's a bowl didn't come out very well.
Well, I hope the person who let you know is enjoying that. We're just going over some of those winners from the past and how many they've actually managed to win.
Oh, the person who let me know certainly knows more than me about that, so it's quite good to have that the encyclopedia of knowledge flick me a message and help me out with the name that had run away from my brain.
So as it stands on this particular end, well, let's see how this one goes.
Oh, swinging across.
Too far, I believe. As it stands, we have victory for Caitlin Thomson because she has the 2, does she?
Yes, she does, and she'll be looking to make it a closer 2, well, a 3 really.
Yeah, it's a very much a 2 that's quite a way away at this present stage. Let's see if she can bring this around.
This is half a chance. She's going to make Rhonda have to play a really good bowl to stay in this game. That's great stuff there from Caitlin Thomson.
All right, so what's the thought going through Rhonda Adams' mind? Is she going to drive anywhere, or is she just...
She's just going to try to take a little bit more green, Dave. She had her weight right. This is to keep her in the game. Big moments to keep her in the game and in with a chance to qualify in the national singles. Not to be.
No, not at all. And it's going to be Caitlin Thomson who's going to take the 2 points and the 21-11 victory. Let's see the handshakes. They're going to check first. Fair enough.
And while we wait for them to do that, Dave, we will be back with another game at some point. When the games are finished, you can see them on the right of your screen. Still ongoing. There's some quite tight games there. So now...
Are we correct on our camera angle? Let's just make sure we have that correct first. It is 2?
You'd think it would be 2.
No, we're doing a measure. We are.
Okay. No, yes,
No,
it is.
we're not
Thank
doing the
goodness I
measure.
was
That
thinking of
is
Scott.
2 points there to Caitlin Thomson from Mokoroa over Rhonda Adams, 21-11. A great comeback there from Caitlin Thomson. Some real pressure bowls as well. You can see the scoreboard there. So congratulations for Caitlin Thomson, albeit that she's not going to make it through to the next round because, as we discovered, she hadn't won enough matches. They're just having a little chat there. And just going to bowl it down. And Alex, I think she's going to be very pleased with that victory.
Yes, absolutely. It's a great show from Caitlin Thomson. She showed a lot of, I think, some good bowls under pressure early on when she wasn't, sort of didn't have the bowls around the head that she would have liked to had, but good pressure bowls and ran out the well-deserved winner. And I think now, Dave, we're going to cross to some highlights from the game that we just saw. And we can see there early on in the game.
A couple of very accurate bowls.
Yeah, for sure. Some accurate bowls early on. I think it got blustery as it went on. Dave, a bit more blustery. We saw their heads just scatter out a little bit. Yeah. But early on, Caitlin, like we look here, just played some very good bowls under pressure. And successfully stymied Rhonda Adams in her quest to qualify this year.
I mean, look at that. That was just about perfect bowling.
Yeah, just to sit
too close
through.
To the jack. And then one in reply.
It just sort of demonstrates that good range. We didn't see any huge aggression, Dave. There were no drive shots played in that game.
No, that disappointed you.
Even though I was asking for it once, that's probably the closest we got to a drive shot there. Just a little runner. And Rhonda, I think, will rue that bowl.
Well, that was the one that she was accurate already, but she managed to collect it and move the jack further back.
That's right, and she'll be disappointed with that because she was holding there. But just some pretty good third and fourth bowls here. If we look, Caitlin Thomson, for me, this is a massive end for Caitlin. She was 3 down and ended up drawing the shot. And we see here, she put 2 there, remember, Dave? So just a really good, well-rounded performance by Caitlin. She can take a lot of heart from that, and I suppose going into the pairs, although she hasn't qualified in the singles, she gets 2 days to put her feet up and rest and relax and take in the sights and sounds of Auckland now and see how she gets on in the pairs event.
Well, she could almost drive home. It's only, 2.5 hours to Mokoroa.
Absolutely, and that there concludes the highlights for that game, and we will be back, Dave.
Yes, we will be back with our next match, and you can see just the wind there in the palm trees at Browns Bay, very close to the beach. It is very blustery and gusty indeed as we get ready to continue the Summerset National Singles and Pairs. And Alex, do we know what time we're going to come back?
I would say it'll be about half an hour, depending on how the games on the left go. So we'll put a little graphic up on the screen when we have a more precise time, but now is a great opportunity. 1:30, there you go. Great opportunity to go away, get something to eat, something to drink, and come back and watch the last game of the day from us at 1:30.
Jill. Thanks for marking it, Jill.
And welcome back to the Summerset National Singles and Pairs at the Browns Bay Bowling Club. And as you can hear, well, we thought the wind may have died. It hasn't. It's in the camera and the microphones there, and it's pretty tough. The wind still coming from the shore, from the beach, just around the corner there, and not having too much effect so far in this particular singles contest between Mina Paul and Linda Ralph. 3 each. After just a couple of ends, make that 3 ends, I think it is, maybe 4. And Alex Reid, this particular jack is pretty close, about halfway up.
Yeah, on the shorter side, this jack, and I'm looking forward to watching this game, Dave. We've got two really fine exponents of lawn bowls, and Mina Paul and Linda Ralph, both of them have won their fair share of tournaments over the years.
Well, let's explain who have we got coming up now with this next bowl in the teal colour or light blue. Is that Mina Paul?
That's Linda Ralph has just played this bowl. There's one that's just about to sit down, and the one coming up is Mina Paul. Yep. So Mina wearing the whatever colour shirt that is.
We're calling it teal or light blue.
The teal shirt, Mina Paul from Nongataha.
And we'll have debates about the pronunciation of
and we'll both be wrong.
Rotorua.
The Nongataha Bowling Club, just out of Rotorua. We're sort of on the way into Rotorua from Tauranga.
Take a left at the big roundabout now, and the cute little village there with the river coming down. And Linda Ralph about to bowl now. Which club is she from?
The Carlton Cornwall Club in Auckland, Linda Ralph.
One of the bigger clubs, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's one of the big clubs. It's played host as headquarters to national championships in the past. Last time we had the Nationals in Auckland, they were the host, the headquarter club, and Linda Ralph, great bowl there, just passing through a little bit, but I just am expecting such a good game from these two.
And looking at the bowls themselves, so the speckled light blue bowl, and that is Mina Paul, is that correct?
Yep, yeah, you saw the one she just let go there, so the speckled light blue Mina, and the darker solid blue Linda Ralph, and they look like they're favouring the hand that's not turning as much, which is in contrast to the first game we streamed, Dave, when they favoured the big swinging hand.
And that was where we saw Caitlin Thomson upset, in a sense, Rhonda Adams, and that came through very nicely in the end after a little bit of a comeback. That was like an inside-out delivery.
It was. She has it's the same every time, but it's not conventional. Linda Ralph. It's not a conventional delivery, but the same every time and very effective. Probably one of the best draw bowlers in the country over the last 3 or 4 years.
All right, well, we've already seen one draw just a couple of ends ago. Let's see what she can do.
It's a Mina with a more conventional delivery there on the backhand side. A holder of 29 Bay of Plenty centre titles.
Oh, you've got all the stats.
I could say anything with confidence, and some people would believe me.
Yeah, you'll get a text. You'll get a text from someone.
I certainly will.
Well, we will ask you shortly to let us know about the progress of these two competitors and how well they've done earlier on the tournament this morning and also yesterday. And maybe, I don't know, if you were able to click your fingers and do all sorts of mathematics and even let us know about some of the men's pairs as well. We'll check anyway.
I can and I will. And I can tell you that Linda Ralph has qualified already with 4 wins out of 4. Mina Paul has dropped a game, so she needs to win this one or the next one to qualify.
So she still has one in her hand as such.
And she lost to Irene Costello from the Takapuna Bowling Club, 21-15 Mina Paul, and defeated the other 3 games. Nicola Johnson from Hokitika, 21-16. Sally Ann Cox from Papamoa Bowls, 21-19, and Caitlin Thomson, who we just had on the stream, 21-19. So Mina's been involved in a number of close games, and I think we're going to see another one here.
Well, again, close, 4-3 at the present time. No one able to get a decent number of points or a decent number of balls around the jack, which is just veering off to the left at the present time.
We've seen that happen in the previous stream, the wind pushing the jack sort of towards the clubhouse as it's coming across the head.
Gee, here's an interesting thing. We've got the average weight of the bowls, but what's the average weight of a jack?
That's a good question. I couldn't tell you what it is, but it does differ slightly. So the diameter...
So different countries or just around the country, around New Zealand, or different nations use a slightly bigger or smaller jack?
More the age of the composite. So the jack has always been the same size.
Right.
But some of them in the really old clubs are made of like ceramic stuff.
Ceramic stuff, okay.
From sort of like, there's a bowling club, Glen Eden Bowling Club in Auckland. They've got some of the original jacks made by, the name's gone. One of the old English ones. They used to make wooden bowls and like ceramic jacks.
Right.
So you can find, but the diamond has always been the same. A little birdie in my ear just told me that the outdoor jacks are apparently 12 ounces.
Okay.
And the indoor jacks are 16. So and by indoor I mean the covered greens.
Yes.
So they're a heavier jack as a health and safety precaution. The idea is that when you drive a heavier jack, it shouldn't leap out of the rink so much, and you don't get broken windows and damaged people.
And then again, we're just going to check on the weights of the actual bowls themselves from one extent to the other. You've said about the size. You know I'm going to come up with these questions. I'm going to make a difference. People want to know these things.
Okay, it's just
you don't have to answer right now.
It's feeling torturous at the moment.
I know. I'm coming up with all sorts of questions. We've already gone over the most singles wins, male and female. So now we're asking about the weights of the actual bowls.
On the note of results.
You're trying to distract me with note of results, okay?
Yeah. The note of the bowls, if you do want to check out the results, Bowls Hub Aotearoa is the place to go. That can be found through our Bowls New Zealand website and our Facebook.
What button do you press?
The easiest one to click is the ladder. You want to go to ladder because you see matches, ladder, entries and broadcast schedule. Ladder's the one to go to see who's won what. If I have a quick look through, Lauren Mills is top qualifier in Section 1. Debbie White needs to win a game of the next two. Olivia Bloomfield needs to win 2 of the next 2. Sandra Keith needs to win 2 of the next 2. So some people in trouble in Section 1.
Goddard? Where's Selena Goddard? If you can have a scan through and see how she's going.
I can and I will.
In the meantime, we've got a close contest here. This particular one coming around nicely, very nicely. Alex, what do you think?
Great bowl. Lovely shot there from Linda Ralph, really sitting into her work. And Selena Goddard has qualified with 4 out of 4 in Section 7, along with Tessa Farley, who's qualified with 4 out of 4 in Section 7. The rest of the players there need 1 or 2 of their next games. So some interesting stories developing. And when we look through the sections there, the defending champion.
And another great bowl coming around, it could be.
A little feather and a hold. And it's passed through. It may be that Mina Poole drops a 4 on this end. Probably a 3. I think 3? The bowl that sits at 7 o'clock beats the one that sits at 12.
And first to 21, we should also explain that in these tournaments there is no seedings. So it is the luck of the draw as such. You could come up against the best in the first round or perhaps the worst in the first round. You never really know.
Absolutely. It's a randomly drawn section play and randomly drawn post-section. So the cream truly does rise to the top as we see an attempt at a bonus bowl here from Linda Ralph. Just falling agonisingly short there, but maybe in the count.
Looking at a 3? We're looking at 3?
The little voice in my head, that's not me talking, Dave, is telling me that a bowl is between 1.5 and 1.6 kilograms. That's what that voice is saying.
Okay, that's good to hear. There we go.
It hasn't even been a long day. I've got no reason to be going for it.
Well, you just know that I always ask these difficult questions. Some need research, some don't.
As we see,
I think the darker bowl of Linda Ralph is going to be better. Closer? Maybe? No?
Oh, not quite in. So I think that was a 2 there to Linda Ralph. Now, neither of these players... Excuse me. Linda Ralph has not won an Open national title.
So that's a 2 there for Ralph. There we go.
Adele Einarson from Takapuna, the marker.
And Adele there with the 2 lollipops. But it is Linda Ralph going up 5-4. First to 21, as you can see.
Yeah, decorated bowler herself, Adele. Had some success, but Linda in the last few years has probably been more prominent on the national scene than Mina Poole, having won our national champion of champion triples and 4s in the last couple of years.
That one stays in, but certainly very deep.
Linda looking to start off on her backhand, but Mina, Dave, is the one out of these 2 that has won a national title before, and she won the national 4s with Millie Khan, playing 3 for Millie Khan in 2001 and then backed it up in 2002. So knows what it feels like to win a national title, but it's been a little while.
A little while, yeah. And that is a great first bowl.
That's just what she does. Linda, she'll do that all day. Just unbelievably good draw bowler. Which is difficult when you're playing against Linda, because her first 2 bowls, she'll just smother you out of the game. The first 2 bowls are always close.
Well, what about this one, though? Has it got too much on it?
Mina looking for it to stop. Just slightly overplaying, but a good first bowl.
And you can still hear that the wind is gusty. In fact, consistently gusty now. And this is the inside out. So the arm appears to swing out wide initially and then comes in around close to the body, particularly for that backhand. I haven't really seen her do that on the forehand so much, so we'll have to check it out. Does she do it on the forehand as well as the backhand?
It's a little bit loopy on both hands. Loopy's probably not the best. I could have chosen a better word to describe her delivery, but a little bit, it's not a square follow through. But if you look at it, it is exactly the same every time. Linda Ralph's delivery, whereas Mina,
that wouldn't be a coached shot, though, would it?
You wouldn't ordinarily coach that, no. No, but very, very effective. So it is. We say if you are sort of a self-taught bowler or you haven't received coaching, it's not too much of a problem if you're doing the same thing every time. So if we look here, Linda, her grip's a little bit askew, foot placement, but the angle that she lets it go on, if you look at her 2 feet, she's pointed nicely on the angle that the bowl's going down.
Well, I mean, she went on the backhand, but it was almost as if she was delivering a forehand, the way she came around it.
Yeah, no, it is a little bit sort of, it's not a square back and forth, but it does the trick.
Is there a particular style at the moment that is coached for new bowlers? Is there any particular style? Is it just about keeping things straight and maybe the weight coming on a particular foot? Nothing in particular?
Yeah, there's sort of, it's more about having key points that you want to tick off. So you'd like to be balanced in a perfect world. Mina Paul here on the probe. She was looking to go bowl or jack. I think she's probably delivered that with less weight than she was intending. I think she was looking to go straight up the middle and rest either bowl or put the jack in the ditch. So coaching now is more about getting things, ticking off things right. You want to be able to take a nice green with your bowl, let it go smoothly, be balanced. And there are people that you look at that have perfect deliveries. Peter Bellis still has a perfect delivery and has had for 40 years. That's as good as it gets.
Who would you say in the women's bowling in New Zealand that has a delivery that you admire every time you see it and you go, wow, look at that? Is there someone who's incredibly smooth?
Taylor Bruce has one of the nicest deliveries, and Selena Goddard.
Taylor Bruce, the defending champion?
Defending champion, yeah.
But she had a loss yesterday, I seem to recall.
She had one loss yesterday, yep, 21-20 to a lady from Irene Bay whose name has escaped me, Gay someone.
We will have to check out and see how Taylor Bruce is going at some stage during this match. But in the meantime, it looks as though Mina Paul, they're just taking a look and probably not approving of that one so much.
Good stuff there from Linda Ralph. She's starting to get into work, and I mean, she's just going to do that every end. She'll have a couple of bowls within a foot or two of the jack.
And it takes an advantage, a 3-point advantage now. I think when you get the chance, though, Alex, I'd like to check and see how Taylor Bruce is going as the defending champion and after a first up loss. And the jack coming nice and deep there.
Just over the 2 metre mark.
So let's have a look at the action. Are we going on the backhand or will she switch across to the forehand?
There's only forehand. She'll have a similar delivery here, a little bit. The arm will not be square through, but on the follow through, it's square up the line. So it's more just that sort of the first half of the delivery is a little bit unusual.
Yeah, that's the inside out part, as I would call it.
Yeah, or you'd call it an unconventional delivery, but very consistent. I mean, look at that. She's got her line absolutely perfect. She's 2 feet past. That's a perfect first bowl.
Just like at the other end where she was just in front, this time just behind.
Yeah, so Taylor hasn't been troubled in her next 3 games. She defeated Fleur Grenfell from Blockhouse Bay 21-10. She defeated Marion from Te Aratu Bowling Club 21-11. And Trish Howard from West End Bowling Club in Taranaki 21-12. So she's well on her way to qualifying. She's now playing Bev Morrell, so that's a tough game for her. and then we'll later on play Judy Smith.
And a nice response from Mina Paul here with the lighter or speckled bowl just off to the side of the jack. So I guess what you're saying there, Alex, is that really Taylor Bruce should be going through at this stage.
Yeah, she'll be expected to qualify at this point. She's not really put a foot wrong, barring the 21. She lost by 1 point.
Yeah. And maybe that was what she actually needed as a defending champion, to say, well, you are the champion. However, it's not going to be a foregone conclusion.
Bowlers never really mind losing the game in section play as long as we get through to post section. It's quite nice to be. You don't want to be challenged. You would hate to, as we see a bowl just about come on to our rink from the other one. You don't really want to get to post section without having a tough game. You don't want your first tough game to be when it really, really matters. So probably a good little tune up there for Taylor, but I expect to get through to post section. We see perfect line from all 4 bowls from Mina and Linda Ralph. Linda opting. Oh, she's chopping and changing, opting to play her back in now, I think. So we'll see more green taken here. It's the hand that comes all the way back. Just taking her time. It can be an absolute pain when you're on the mat and you feel the wind just sort of buffeting around. Mina holding one. Linda here.
Well, wasn't as much green as we were expecting.
No, it wasn't. And it's finished in line. That's interesting. We'll see what she does next time. Because the green was apparent. Well, it appears perfect. Maybe that her bowls take a tighter line than the game we watched earlier on this morning. As Mina looks to put another bowl there or thereabouts.
A little bit of bounce on that delivery.
Now, that's wider than she would like it to be, I feel. Yeah, and that bounce there took the weight off the bowl.
And far too short.
The Nongataha Bowling Club, Dave, has got 2 greens. Beautiful greens to play at, and they share a club room with the rugby club that's plays next door. So nice.
It's a nice little village. Got the creek running through it, or the river stream running through it. And this is looking pretty good.
Just slightly overplayed. It did look pretty good. So if we look at that, Linda's played perfect green with all 4 bowls. It's only been the weight that's changed. That Mina with a chance to draw a second shot, and she's opting to switch hands now on her backhand side to make the bonus happen.
Well, she was walking down with it, stopped, and now walking down with it again as we change ends.
Yeah, I think she let it go with a bit of a bounce, and it does take weight off the bowl. It's frustrating for Mina because all of her bowls have had perfect green as well. But if we look at the weight difference, Linda just slightly
she gets
tighter.
the one lollipop. And stays within 2. She'll be happy to get something out of it, although she would have liked to have got more. But keeps the lead to just a couple now.
Yeah, she's done well there to score 1. It'll be in the back of Mina's mind that she was a little bit inconsistent on that end. And against a player like Linda Ralph, you can only get away with it a few times before you get punished, and the wind blowing the jack out of the rink again.
Oh, we've got it back now. There we go. No, we're trying again.
Lovely delivery there from Adele Ineson.
Lovely delivery.
She's going straight down the middle.
That's what they wanted the
It's
other
not
end.
that hard. And when you see what Linda does here, sometimes the players change the length of the mat.
And we've got a few officials at the back of the rink as well.
Trish Croat chomping down on
checking your
some sugar.
Emails or whatever.
Look here, recent winner of the Auckland Mixed 242 Pairs. I lost to Trish Neal on the last weekend, and she played very well, and it was infuriating. But we'll let Trish off because they did play really well and deserved their title, Dave.
And whereabouts was that tournament held?
It was scattered all over Auckland, but the finals day was played at the Howick Bowling Club, which is a nice 3-green bowling club.
Well, Alex, we're using 19 clubs around the Auckland region for these tournaments, where we do have some huge entries, like 328 in the men's singles, 127 women's singles, 205 in the men's pairs for the Summerset national singles and pairs.
Mm-hmm.
However, if you take it outside of, say, Auckland, possibly Wellington and Christchurch, it must be quite difficult to actually fit that many competitors around. I mean, even going to the Bay of Plenty, I mean, you've got obviously Tauranga, a couple of clubs there, and you've got the Mount, and you go up to, I guess, Omokoroa, wherever. But that must be really difficult when you take it out of, say, the 2 or 3 biggest regions.
Yeah, it is challenging, and for that reason, the singles and pairs usually bounces between Canterbury and Auckland, and occasionally might go to a Taranaki who have enough clubs. But the singles and pairs, which is the biggest numbers, goes to the main centres. Now, fours and mixed pairs, where we have a similar number of individuals competing, but clearly because of fours teams, 4 people, a smaller amount of greens we need to find, tends to go to the smaller regions. Good bowls here from Mina, and that's why we've been able to see the fours is going to Central Otago this year, which is brilliant to have it at Central Otago. Beautiful scenery.
You're looking forward to that, aren't you?
Yeah, the fudge. But obviously the scenery as well. But yeah, Central Otago, it's been to Bay of Plenty, Mount Maunganui, the fours. So that half of our nationals tends to go to the smaller centres, and the singles and pairs sticks to the bigger ones.
And certainly in Taranaki, there's a couple of big clubs in New Plymouth, plus a number of other clubs around, whether it's Stratford, Inglewood, Hawara, I guess other clubs as well.
Yeah, and to be fair to the Taranaki Centre, who was actually scheduled to hold the National Fours last year and we got COVIDed, they also host and have done for about 115 years the largest fours tournament in New Zealand, it's massive. It's bigger than our national fours entries wise. They get over 100 entries in the men's fours and 60 something in the women's fours. So a big event, and it's sort of part of the fabric of the Taranaki region, the Taranaki Fours every year. It's in a few weeks' time, actually. I would like to say maybe 3 weeks.
All right, let's have a look now at Linda Ralph, and she does have the 7-5, but quite tight here.
On the backhand, Linda Ralph, one down on the head. Watching this ball come in, it's not looking too bad, Dave. Look at that.
Is it going to stay? It is. No. Ooh, which one's closest, people? Anybody watching? Which one are you looking for? You're looking for Linda Ralph with the darker bowl, or you're looking for Mina with the more speckled?
My money's on Linda Ralph's bowl. I think it stopped just in time.
We're getting the close up there, and I'm not sure. Mina is the lighter coloured bowl, and Linda Ralph with the darker one. I'm calling it a tie. Can we have that?
Yes, there are. That's called a drawn end, not a dead end. That's something that I'd like to. It's not a dead end, it's a drawn end. If you can't tell the difference between the distance, or if there's 2 bowls touching the jack, it's drawn. It's a little bugbear. That's okay. Mina on the probe, so this would indicate that she thinks Linda's holding the shot. This is not far away here from Mina looking to wrest Linda's bowl out of the head. Has she got it? Oh, just through the gap. That's gutting for Mina. And Linda asking if she's one up or one down. Beautiful effort there from Mina. It was within millimetres of perfection.
Well, this is really going to be tight. Look at that, just all in a row. Line them up.
And Adele not wanting to call who's got what.
So that hand signal there.
Measure.
Okay. So what are you going to do here as Linda Ralph? Is she going straight or is she going up wide? No, she's gone out quite wide.
Just trying to repeat the dose. A little bumblebee there thinking that could get some nectar off Mina's bowls. Been a bit disappointed. But no, Linda would have just been looking to draw the jack again. Same bowl as before. But didn't let it go as smoothly as she would have liked.
Okay, so which one are we going for here, Alex? Linda Ralph with the darker one or Mina with the lighter one?
I think Linda's holding the shot here.
Ooh. I'm going to go the opposite. There's the fingers.
We're going to see a measure here, so quite a new measure. Measures are something that lasts a long time, Dave. There's measures around on the bowling green that are 40, 50 years old.
Okay, let's have a look. So there we go. There's the first.
And now against Linda Ralph's bowl, which I expect is closer. It would be nice to be right. Here we go. Yeah.
Oh, you are. That's
it's a nice change.
It was almost disappointing for me, but in the end, it is one going the way of Linda Ralph, and she's up 8-5. A very tight end, that one.
That was a great end of bowls, really, wasn't it? Just 8 good draw bowls there from both the players. Mina with her last one on a little bit more of a reaching bowl, to be fair. And the jack delivered to the 2 metre mark. Well, past it, but it'll go on to the 2 metre there. And again, I've enjoyed seeing this from the players. They are favouring the hand towards the clubhouse because it's the hand that doesn't swing as much. The wind is going from the right to the left as we see it. And because it doesn't swing as much, you can miss your line and get punished less. So we'd call it a more forgiving hand, and they've noticed that early on and seem to be sticking to it, which is the conventional wisdom. Mina on the forehand as well. Not a bad line here from Mina Poole. Willing it on, it needs to have the weight. Very close here. Good shot, good shot. Well played. Again, we see the first 2 bowls from these players there or thereabouts.
And which one are you going for there?
Mina will have the shot, the one that sits at just underneath 9 o'clock on your screen. Bowl past the jack, but closer to it than Linda.
2 very good opening bowls, aren't they?
They are, really. It's good stuff to work from. And Linda straight into her work. This one can't be far away. She's got the weight right.
I'm going too soon, too early. Well, the one advantage of this particular bowl is it does block the view of the jack. But other than that, it's just too short, isn't it?
Yeah, Linda will be disappointed because she had perfect green, so it was only the weight that needed to be corrected. It's disappointing when you fall short and have one half of the equation right. Mina taking the opportunity. This isn't far away from making it 2. Great stuff there from Mina Poole. Good bowls.
No, I'm not sure what's happening on the other rink to our right. However, they are going quite short, aren't they?
Yeah, a bit scattered. See, they've just begun their game. And the reason for that is it's sort of a staggered day, Dave, because as games are completed, if I finish my game and my opposition finishes their game, you know you've got a free rink. You just sort of tool along and get it done. So it begins to get a bit staggered. And Linda here with her 3rd bowl, willing this one to hold. If it holds up, that's a great shot.
It is just dropping down, probably the wrong way she wanted it to drop, but it's still looking like it's Mina Poole.
I would say it's one to Mina there. She probably will have asked the marker Adele to indicate, and Mina taking a tighter line, so she's
doing a stroll partially
looking to
down
move the jack back a little bit. She doesn't want to slice it to the right. She wants to guts the jack if she's going to get it. In the guts. Great shot there from Mina Poole. Brilliant bowl.
So at the present time then, she's on a 2, possibly 3?
Yeah, she should be on 2. She was a bit unlucky not to make it 3. If she had swung 2 or 3 inches more, jack will finish further to our left as we saw it there a second ago. But a good
what
bowl
are you going
there.
to do here as Linda Ralph? What's your plan where you can see you're really going to have to go deep?
Yeah, so that's what Mina's done well, is change the length of the jack so that Linda can't settle down. So Linda's having to take a tighter line.
And that other ring is getting seriously close.
Got people looking around.
Well, this could work.
Yeah.
Not quite enough.
Quite. Linda was looking just to sneak past that. And an opportunity here for Mina.
Now, what's Mina going to do, though? What's her plan here? She knows she's got the advantage of 2, and she's very deep. How's she going to get around it?
She has the opportunity to knock up the 4th shot, the one that's not quite in the count that we see sitting adjacent to the tee at sort of 10 o'clock. The one her bowl's going towards now, she knocks that up. It's in for 3. If she gets it square, she's in for 4. Brilliant. 4 shots there for Mina Poole.
Wow.
Well played. And that was because of her 3rd bowl. She reset the head, gave herself opportunity to score a bigger number. A lot of experience shown there for Mina. Well read.
So what you're saying is, if you can get the jack deeper, and it's easier to get your bowls deeper all the time than it is to go shorter.
Yeah, and she chose a good moment to change the length of the jack there, because she was already holding the shot, remember, and she thought, look, I can reach through and make the scoring area bigger. So a great end there from Mina Poole, picking up the full count. You can't get more than 4 in a game of singles, and a bit of momentum now for Mina.
Well, takes it back to the lead as well. It's only won the lead, and we're still in the relatively early stages, under halfway. But that is a nice 4 points. You want that maximum.
Yeah, it's great stuff. It's well, it's just as good as it gets in singles. So it'll give Mina all the confidence in the world, and it's important now. You get that, and you think, right, I've got a 4. I need to back it up with a good bowl, a good first bowl of the next end. Show them that it wasn't any sort of luck involved. I want to just keep the foot on the proverbial throat, as we see Mina here on her backhand. That's good stuff there. Very impressed. Very impressed with Mina.
That's beautiful.
Great bowls. Bit of tenacity shown. And now, under Ralph making a decision. Does she want to play forehand or backhand? I think she's going to be on her backhand. So you're not looking to get the shot yet. She's looking just to put bowls around the head that she may be able to use. Staring at this bowl. Oh, not far away. Not far away at all. Oh, good shot. Linda, the daughter of a Commonwealth Games 4 champion from South Africa. Her mother won the 4s at the Com Games in the 90s. I want to say in Victoria. Is that a place?
Victoria, yes, just by Vancouver. I think it would have been 1992. Make that 94.
Well, that's when her mother won the 4s.
Dave, it would have been 94.
Thank you for your knowledge there of the Com Games.
The Victoria is part of the island just on the outskirts of Vancouver. New Zealand did quite well as a nation. I think it was 4th, maybe 5th overall as a nation behind Canada, Australia, England. I think we were 4th or 5th.
That's good to know.
Let's have a look here. Now we're seeing a stray bowl come across from the other
just
one.
Push
there.
that a bit wide.
Yeah, that very wide.
I'd say not the plan.
One, in fact, they've just grabbed it. I've seen someone's hand come across and just pull it across. There you go. In the meantime, the winds do continue to be very gusty at the Summerset National Singles and Pairs at the Browns Bay Bowling Club. And we do have a large number of bowlers in both the singles and pairs and also in the disability singles and pairs as well. Thank you very much for joining us on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube coverage. And don't forget, where can we find those results, Alex?
On Bowls Hub Aotearoa, which can be accessed through the Bowls New Zealand website or our social media pages. I suspect even if you literally just Google Summerset National Singles and Pairs, you'll find your way to it. We've put the links everywhere that you could possibly think of, Dave.
And there's a particular tab that you should click on to if you want to actually see the results?
Yes, list is the list is the tab that you want to click on, but you can navigate your way around. You can see matches as well, which is individual matches played. It's quite an intuitive system. There's a broadcast schedule there, so you can click on that and see which games are being streamed. And
talking about the broadcast, also broadcast on Sky for the last 2 days, is that correct?
Yeah, for the 2 finals days. So there's the 5th is one finals day and the 9th is the other. So on those 2 days, it'll be simulcast on Sky and our YouTube channel. Little pop-up channel on Sky, which is exciting, with John Macbeth and myself attempting to deliver a commentary for the Bowls.
And I'm sure John Macbeth is listening in now.
He'll carry me well.
He'll be. I'm surprised I haven't got a text from giving me stick.
So we see Linda here on the forehand side. Anna Pretorius is the name of her mother, Dave.
Oh, okay.
On the gold medal, skipping the 4s at the 1994
I think they should
Olympic,
watch out there to the side,
Games.
just about collecting a bowl and
with the mat
ankles.
there.
Yeah.
Now this is close if it swings enough at the end. That's as aggressive as you see Linda Ralph get with her bowls. That's sort of the maximum speed that she tends to use.
So we're going 1 here, and it should be 10-8 to Mina.
10-8 in the race to 21.
And there is the red lollipop. And looking now at the manual scoreboard over to the left.
Be 10-8.
And we are correct. They're going to 21. As we've discussed before, it's not 21 ends, although that is the case in the pairs, though.
18 ends in the pairs.
18, yeah, that was yesterday.
There's lots of numbers. It's fine.
Sorry.
18 ends in the pairs, 1st to 21 in the singles.
Yeah, that was me. I've forgotten yesterday already.
I understand. It's fair enough. Yeah, the singles is the only discipline where you play play to a points target in bowls. In the other games, we play a set number of ends, and it's who can score the most points over that number of ends. Mina, the worst bowl she's played in 3 ends here. A little bit short, and Linda will be looking to pounce on that. Yeah, look, you've missed by a metre or so. I can get one closer.
Remembering that Mina Paul did get a 4. That was a couple of ends ago, which is fantastic.
And I think it's the last time they came this way, Dave.
That's right.
Mina got a 4. And look at that from Linda Ralph. Beautiful line. How's the weight here? Willing it to go.
I think it's going to hold.
Good enough. It's good enough bowl.
Is it going to drop either way? No, it's going to stay upright.
It'll look closer than it is from the end of the players as well. You know, from our end of the camera, we can see that it's a few feet short from the players. It look like it's just about by the jack.
I think we all hope that our shots are closer than what they actually are.
I live in hope, yeah. You're not wrong. Mina here looking to make that correction, and she has done so. Very impressed with her bowling here in this game.
And it just drops to the outside, though, but that's okay. Still the closest so far.
We spoke about Mina being a member of the Nongataha Bowling Club, Dave, and that's the club where I played my first ever centre singles competition when I took up outdoor bowls in Bay of Plenty. That we had a section out there, and it is the coldest and the most damp I have ever been playing bowls.
Well, you're not welcome back anymore.
It thundered, and I'm getting to the good bit.
Okay.
There was thunder and lightning and hail and rain. But the brilliant thing was that they have a fireplace in the club. So you'd be outside absolutely freezing, and you finish your game and come inside, and everyone was taking their bowling jackets off and hanging up by the fire, and there was steam going and hot chocolate from the kitchen. There's a good shot there from Mina Paul played again. So my point was they made a very unpleasant bowling experience pleasant once I got inside the club with the hospitality and the fire that they had.
Well, I'm sure there's people watching who can actually say that they have played or belong to a club which is colder or has an environment that is brisk.
It was brisk. The jacks were moving by their own accord, Dave. It's my first ever centre singles event. Great shot there from Linda Ralph. Look at that. Now, I think we're going to see Mina play with aggression here.
Okay, let's see what we've got. Is she going to go on some sort of drive here?
Yeah, or at least with weight, a run shot or a drive shot. She's got a bowl or jack target. Either.
Is she doing it?
Yeah, she's on the probe here. How long are you going to hold up for, Mina? That's the question. She's in the area, Dave.
It's got to be okay.
Bowl or jack? Good shot.
That's
there.
Lovely. Although she still only has one, right?
Yeah, she's got one, but it's she's actually a bit unlucky to only have one, really. She got the finest edge of that bowl to roll it out. She got it a bit squarer. Would have been worth more. And Linda just thinking, look, I'll put it back. Oh, a little bit unlucky.
Chips away. So it is one going to Mina Paul. She said the last 3 ends have gone her direction. And there we go, the lollipop, and it is 11-8. So if anybody wants to, they can contact us through however, and let us know if there's a bowling club that they played at or belong to that is brisk in the conditions.
Or has been.
I'm sure some people will let us know that there is a few. I'm not saying that we're just talking about the weather.
If you've played bowls, you've been in brisk conditions.
Yeah.
So I actually prefer commentating
politely.
in the comfort of this, commentary booth with a couple of strawberries.
We'll call it politely brisk. And we're not talking about the people, we're talking about the conditions that you've played in, where it is just at times horrid. Outside, inside can be perfect. So
It's satisfying though when you do play in those conditions and are able to play well. Like
if you lose,
then it's the weather's fault. But if you're able to play well, it is satisfying. It's a great challenge that you can find in the sport. As we see Mina Paul here, really has. She started off in those first 4 or 5 ends.
but she won't be too worried that that's gone quite deep, will she?
No, that's okay at the 2 metre mark. She's sort of. It's a good one to work from. We've seen her miss. I think play less loose bowls, Dave. I think in the early ends, Mina was playing her 3rd and 4th bowl to stay in with a chance. Whereas the last few ends we've seen, she picked up a 4. You don't pick up a 4 without getting 4 bowls close. So we've seen her sort of get a bit more consistent with her bowls. Linda Ralph here with her first one. Again, perfect weight, right in the area.
And anybody in the background that we can see? A few bowlers from around the country?
We can see a few bowlers from around the country in the background. That is correct, Dave. that's, that's all I've got for you there. You did your best. You teed me up well. That's where you see Mina here looking to make a correction. Just slightly underplaying it. I suppose while we're waiting just for the next bowl, tomorrow we'll be featuring on the stream the post section of the Open Disability Singles, which I'm really looking forward to. If anyone was wondering what's coming up tomorrow, post section of the Open Disability Singles, which will be held at the Browns Bay Bowling Club, and should be some pretty cool stuff.
And this one out relatively wide.
Wheeling it back in. Holding two. A big moment here for Mina because she's 2 down with 2 balls left in her hand. She'll want this one to count. Otherwise, you start thinking, am I going to drop a 3 or a 4 here? Willing it to run.
Too short, isn't it? She has one ball still remaining.
Yeah, and
it's not ideal.
No, it's not. These are the sort of ends that can go ugly real fast because there's nothing to hit, and there are gaps. It's only because Linda's, she's put 2 bowls. They're closer than they look on the screen. They'll be within 1.5 foot or 2 feet. And this bowl here going to be there as well. Linda trailing by 3 points, holding 3 points. Massive bowl here from Mina Paul. This is what happens with Linda. If you blink, she'll put bowls right next to the jack and you're going to be in trouble.
So what would you do here if you're Mina Paul? What are you going to do?
She just has to try and draw the shot, I think, Dave. There's no run shot on because she's got that bowl blocking it. So she just needs to try and draw it. And she'll be willing this one back in. I'm not sure if it's going to make it. Willing this one to turn at the end of its track, even to cut it down to less than 1. Look at that turn at the end and sit. Good bowl there from Mina Paul.
So maybe 2? No.
It's not 3. Maybe 2. I think 2's probably a fair call there. So Linda would expect the score of 3 here. I think we'll see the score 11 all after this bowl's come to rest. Adele Ineson just having a look. So Linda's asking 1.
1. Really?
So a great bowl there from Mina Paul. And that means it'd be a shame for Linda to waste this end. So she's probably going to look to move the jack a little bit more than just add a bonus. She moves the jack a foot, she gets 4 points. You can see there the jack only needs to move towards 6 o'clock by a foot.
So she wants to move it directly down the line there.
That's right.
Towards the tee, but not too far towards the tee.
Yeah, so just slightly over the draw, and she's finished on the wide side there. She'll be disappointed if she only gets
one shot.
Yeah, if she only gets 1 out of this, she'll be disappointed. She's played the better bowls.
She really did dominate the sand.
Yeah,
No, we're checking to see if she's going to get 2.
So Mina's conceded that 1, and we'll see Linda Ralph measure the bowl standing up first, which is unusual. Usually you see them measure the bowl sitting down first.
And
just the one. So that was a great last bowl by Mina Paul.
Well, it was very tight there, and just the 1, and so conceding that, still 2 points ahead in the race to 21. Mina Paul from Nongataha up against Linda Ralph, and she's from the Carlton Club in Auckland, one of the bigger clubs in the country. And what is it, on the drive, I think it is, in Epsom, or close enough, Gillies Ave. And
it's by a park. It's a lovely surroundings at Carlton, Cornwall.
A very old-fashioned club rooms, isn't it?
No, that's Epsom's got
that's
the old-fashioned
Epsom. Okay,
club
we're
rooms.
getting those ones a little bit mixed up there.
And Carlton, Cornwall is an amalgamation of 2 clubs about 20 years ago, and they've got a very modern club room. They went around the world looking at bowling club rooms and did a design up. It's a lovely clubhouse at Carlton, Cornwall.
Well, I think that's a fantastic idea to actually figure out how your club is going to exist in the future, not just, okay, let's put something there and keep it there and that's going to be fine.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely.
You really want to be able to develop it, and whether it's have a good restaurant and bar facilities and perhaps something else where people can use the lounge, the changing rooms, etc. And also about the viewing of the greens.
Yeah, there's some really cool clubs that have been put together with that stuff in mind. There's a club in Christchurch. We had the Nationals down there last year. It's a 1 green club, and they've were damaged in the earthquake and have rebuilt their clubhouse absolutely beautiful, and they've got a viewing platform, modern facilities, just fantastic stuff. So there's some really cool clubs and venues around there.
Well, the other thing you also have to be very aware of is that disability bowling now is becoming a strength.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't just have steps to places.
Yep.
You have to have the ramps and you have to have the facilities
Accessible,
of the changing rooms.
Yeah.
Yep. So accessible sports clubs are something which have to be taken into account a lot more.
I'm with you. As we see Linda here, she's playing, she's sort of got the bit between her teeth.
Coming back again,
Linda,
we've seen a change of fortune, haven't we?
Yeah, it's been a seesawing first two bowls, I would say. We saw Mina for a few ends string some together, and now we see Linda last end. She had 3 good bowls. Mina looking for a bit of...
Oh, that's going to work.
That's a slice of heaven.
How's it going to drop? Oh, to the outside, but it's still looking... She's got the one here,
Yeah, she's
she?
holding one. That was a good result, but a well enough played bowl. It could have gone ugly for her, but she had to be through.
One
says Adele. And Linda lining up on the back end side.
That mat is up quite high down the green, isn't it?
It is, and I should have mentioned that. That's a real big change there. Linda will have made that, and that is usually made when you feel like you've lost a little bit of momentum. Linda Ralph, look at this from Linda Ralph. What a bowl, great shot. And certainly it'll be interesting to see if she wins this end, if she pulls the mat right up again, because it's a strategy. You can use all the chalk lines that you can see. You can put the mat anywhere along the chalk line as long as your jack is throwing the minimum distance up.
Are we going to see something aggressive here?
Very potentially we could, and Mina has 2 more bowls. So yeah, she's reaching right through, willing this one to turn. I think it's a bit wide, Dave.
And fast.
Yeah, although she may have been looking for that weight, but just narrower to connect with something.
So let's see what Linda Ralph can do now. She's 2 points behind. And just takes her time on that inside out.
Let it go good. Willing it to hold up. Which it's done. And
it's done even better.
She may have made 3 there. And Mina coming for a look here. She's made 3 there. Brilliant stuff from Linda Ralph. Beautiful bowling. And I think we have to see some aggression here from Mina. But I'm not sure what hand she'll play it on. She doesn't have... I can't remember. She's got one bowl at the back that we can see at 7 o'clock.
And the other
what
one
happened to her third bowl? Did it go off there?
I think it may have gone very much close to the ditch.
She was wide, wasn't she? So, yeah, we'll see it there. That won't be catching anything. It's on the ditch itself. But I think we'll see some aggression here from Mina Paul. A big moment in this game. Mina leads 11-9 in this race to 21.
Okay, so what's she going to lead off?
Oh, look at that one. That's the last thing you want to be happening. She's going to give it a bit of a push on her backhand, I would say. Yep, here we go. Now, when is the bowl going to turn? That's the question. When's it going to turn?
It's going to knock 1 out the way, so it's only going to be a 2? Maybe it's still a 3.
I think a 2 there. Yeah, a 2. I think the bowl at 7 o'clock's beaten by the one at 2. And so we're going to see a level game again, Dave. 11 each.
How things change.
Oh, it's been a great game to watch so far. Good battle between these bowlers.
And where's the mat going? It's forward again,
right up again, yeah. So that's a well noticed there. It's a tactical decision that Linda's made. She's dropped a 4 on the longer ends, and Mina followed that up with a 1 and a 2 or a 2 and a 1 or something. So Linda's gone, I've got hold of the jack, I've got control of the jack, I'm going to set the length and dictate it. Now, if this doesn't make it, it's going to make it. Is it going to go out of bounds? Mina will have been willing that on.
It did stop.
Yeah, she made it just in time, and Mina will. That's as the opposition when your opposition does something like this to you, like Linda's doing, and pulls the mat right up. You're just going, go on, let me have a go at rolling the jack.
Well, it's such a control factor. I've got control. I'll put this mat where I want to put it.
Absolutely. So we see Linda lead off on the back end.
A little too strong there, but not bad. And keeping it quite tight on this one, on the backhand. But it's probably going to hold up nicely, in fact.
Great shot there. That's a beautiful bowl. I think
And
with probably playing with inside XGs there, Mina Paul.
And Alex, the status of these two bowlers making it through to post section?
Linda has qualified, and Mina needs to win this
One
game.
out of two.
Yeah. And I can report also, just on the men's pairs side of the draw, the last time the men's pairs were held in Auckland, Lance Pascoe and Jamie Hill won the title, and they are hanging on by the skin of their teeth. They've lost 2 games and won 2 games. They were defeated by Neil Fisher and John Walker, 14 points to 13. And then they were defeated by Steve Beale and Nathan Arledge, 12 points to 11. So 2 very close losses there, and the other 2 games they've won comfortably. So they're hanging in there. They are now currently playing Alan Pears and John McCullough from the Thames Bowling Club, and then they'll need to play Tio and Phil as well. Those results to come. But hanging in there by the skin of their teeth, the last champions from the Auckland Nationals.
And as we come back to this particular contest, Mina Paul and Linda Ralph, 11 apiece in the race to 21. And we still have that gusty wind. You can hear it in the microphones. Can't quite see it at the moment, but certainly up high, the trees are really rocking to it.
Yep, and was just looking for a reaching bowl there. So Mina, it's been a really good game between these two, to be honest. Mina looking to put another bowl there or thereabouts.
And you can see on the screen just how far back the jack is at the limit.
Look at this.
That is superb.
Beautiful bowls there from Mina Paul. And I wonder if we'll see Linda be aggressive again, or if she'll try and draw a second shot. That's what she's contemplating.
Yeah, consideration there just on her face, thinking, where am I going to go with this?
Decisions. I think if she hits it, it'll be on her forehand side. It looks like a bigger target. I think that's what she's doing. Yeah, we're going to see weight here. Even if she cuts it down to 1, she'll be pleased, and she's got bowls to hit up front to get a good result from. On her forehand with weight. Linda Ralph on the tight side.
Too much.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed with that. The weight was good, but she was a good metre or 2 narrow.
Quite interesting to see the jack so far back on this particular rink, but on the one next door, it's about halfway up. You can see it there.
Yeah, very different in the mat. If you look at the mat, the mat is right on their 2 metre mark. So quite a different sort of thing as we see something.
An offending piece of paper or leaf or...
Looks quite sparkly.
No, it's been cleared.
Onto
there you go. Oh, no. Yeah, still going.
It's a self-clearing. Mina Paul's got it under control.
Stomping on it.
Yeah, buddy, she says.
So 2, we're going to, and that is a 2 to Mina Paul, so 13-11. She takes those 2 points.
And look where she's placing the mat.
Yep, further back. So we've got the different strategies of the different players. It's Mina Paul at the back, and it is Linda Ralph at the present time, or certainly for the last couple of ends, putting the mat quite a way up.
Often you find, well, there's been times I've played, it depends how you're feeling, but sometimes the strategy is to put the mat in a different place every time, particularly if you're playing someone who's a...
Wouldn't that lack a rhythm?
Exactly. So if you're playing someone who's a really good draw bowler, who's just going to settle on one line of length and smother you, I would rather, I suppose, be trying to find how to get there than do you settle down on one. So sometimes you get to try and change the length every time so that you're both searching with your first couple of bowls. If you know you're playing someone incredibly good like a Linda Ralph, who'll just settle down on her line and length and just put 4 bowls close. Sometimes you see the strategy being just move the mat around almost every end, just little bits by 2 or 3 feet, so that they have to be searching. You're both searching with your first couple.
And what about you personally? Where do you prefer? Do you have a preference? Or does it depend on the bowls itself?
It sort of depends on how I'm feeling. I don't have much of a backswing or a follow-through, Dave, so slow greens are a challenge for me.
What does that mean you have?
It means I've got a jab. So sort of the quicker the green is, the easier I find outdoor bowls. But I'm not too fussed about how far away the jack is. It is quite a good thing, though. I do like that strategy that we saw Linda do, where you can just pull the mat right up to the thing and throw the jack onto the 2 metre for the short ends.
So who's the closest there? What's your pick?
I would say that it's the bowl at 1 o'clock of Mina Pools holding the
So
shot
that's
there.
Mina Pool on the lighter speckled bowl against the darker bowl of Linda Ralph. And again, we can compare the two. And the bowl on the other rink there that we can see is way up.
I hear that wind in the mic as we see Linda Ralph here on her forehand sitting down. Now that may be the shot.
That could be at the moment. A little bit behind, and I think it is. Well, it's a little difficult from this angle. There we go. The marker having a look. What's the marker saying?
Come on, Adele. One blue. Which one's the blue one?
That's a good point.
Linda. Must be Linda. 1 to Linda. Based on the scoreboard. Oh, yeah.
And we should say thank you very much to our people out in the weather.
Yes.
Tamara, and who else have we got there on site? Out in the weather, that is.
Brendan will have been out on site. And also Phil and others. And a great bowl there by Mina Pool. Look at that little correction. To make a correction of a foot over 30 metres or so. And just staying up. So there's been a few running around at the Browns Bay Bowling Club. We've also got Chris Lander, the tournament director, and Colin Williams, everything. He sort of does a bit of all the bits and pieces.
Apologise from us that we're nice and warm and inside out of the wind.
I'm not sorry. to be honest.
You're going to be given heaps in the office.
It's extremely comfortable.
And now that is tight bowling. Look at the 5 bowls there, so clumped together almost. We can almost see that in the other rink as well.
Yeah, I think you can see the class of these two bowlers. You know, they've been playing top-level bowls. Mina Pool won the fours 20 years ago, back-to-back. She would have been playing pretty well then. So, you know, you could argue they've both been playing top-level bowls for 20 or 30 years, which is incredible, really. And Mina, I wonder if that's intentional. I wonder if she's put a block in on purpose, or if it was just short.
So here's Linda Ralph. Now she has a direct view as such, but she's going to have to go extremely wide on the forehand, or
she's looking just to clear Mina's bowl.
So she does go
so
wide.
This is close here, I think, Dave, because if she reaches the jack, she's playing that reaching weight seat to the 2 metre mark, but they're a little bit wide. She was looking for movement there, I think. Pick the jack up, move the ball away.
1 or 2?
It'll be 1 to Mina. Possibly. So it should mean that she takes a 14-11 lead in this race to 21.
Well, it's a definite 1. We're checking out whether it's a 2 or not.
Measure.
No.
1.
No. Just the 1. No measuring device required on that. It was visibly a 1 in the end. And 14-11, as you can see, up to 21 in the Summerset National Singles and Pairs at the Browns Bay Bowling Club today. In fact, we're at about 19 different clubs all over Auckland. That's where are we ranging from? Must be clubs all over the city.
According to the map that I'm looking at, there's one at the bottom, East Tamaki.
That is quite a way away. If you
Papatoe,
travel on the motorway from Papatoe or East Tamaki to get to Browns Bay.
Glendowie Bowling Club. Then up the top, you've got Birkenhead, Sunny Brae, Mairangi Bay, Browns Bay.
You're looking at about 45 k's between East Tamaki or Papatoetoe to Browns Bay. That's about 45 k's.
Yeah, it's scattered all around the place. Te Aratu Peninsula as well, Glen Eden Bowling Club. So there's bowling,
out west.
Sort of a big mixture. I think right up the top, it appears as if the furthest up would be Orewa Bowling Club.
Okay, one of the bigger bowling clubs in the Auckland region.
Yes, they have
North Harbour region.
A covered green Manly Bowling Club as well, sort of up there. So certainly a big mix, and we're very grateful to all of those clubs for playing host to the Summerset National Singles and Pairs. It's not an easy job, but it's one we much appreciate, and I'm sure that the players are appreciating it as well, as we see Linda Ralph here on the back end. Their first bowls have just been exceptional, really, Dave.
That's right. We've hardly had any looseness. Every now and then you switch ends and the wind does catch something, as you can see there. It is fairly windy. There are just a few little nods about the wind, I'm sure. Yeah, I agree. It's difficult, annoying even. But I think for some of the bowlers from some of the smaller centres who may not have bowled in Auckland before, when you get those long distances, we're talking about 45 k's between centres, that if you play at East Tamaki or Papatoetoe and then you end up playing at Browns Bay, getting adjusted to timing. If you played in 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon, that is going to take quite a lot mentally.
Yeah, we're not. It works out quite well because we keep people, or sometimes at post section, not so much, but we keep people at the same venue for the entire day.
Okay.
So it's sort of day to day, you're in different places. But for sure, if you play first day at Papatotoi, Hunter's Corner, and the next day you're sort of at the other end of the city, I can see how that
for
would
people
be
from outside of Auckland,
challenging.
that's quite
Although
intimidating.
it's the best time to be doing it because there's not that much traffic on the roads, Dave.
It's Auckland.
We
There
might
could be
need to-
traffic anytime.
Otherwise, we might only be starting at 6 o'clock in the morning if it was another time of the year. Minapole here, very conventional livery. And look at that, you got 3 pretty good bowls, and Linda's one a bit short at 1 o'clock. Mina on a great track here, just on the outside of that.
So we're looking, probably Linda's the closest at the moment. She's got the one.
Yeah, Linda will have the shot there with Mina with second and third, but right in the area. So Mina will stay on her back end if nothing changes. Then look just to rest Linda's last bowl.
And is that the team from Kensington? I'm gathering that Kensington is probably Whangarei.
Yes, it's up.
Okay. And that's just on the other rink at the present time. As we've been mentioning, there is competitors from all over the country, Kensington and Whangarei, and you've got no doubt people from Southland, from Invercargill, I'm assuming?
Yeah, from all corners of New Zealand, really. A good contingent from Northland, as you mentioned. Diane Strawbridge, I think, is on the screen somewhere. I'm on bowler, but another mix. And Mina just asking how many down she is.
1, 2. She thinks 2.
Adele Ineson having a look.
It's got a foot.
No, she says.
No to 2 or no to 3?
What
No, I'm
does that
coming
mean?
down. I don't trust your foot.
Very cool.
And let's have a look. So she's thinking.
So
she thought it was 2.
It's definitely 1. So that must mean that Mina has second shot at 9 o'clock. Now it's very dangerous for Mina to stay on the backhand to our right because she could very easily hit Linda's blue bowl up using the finger measure system. She could easily hit Linda's blue bowl up on the backhand. So I think we'll see Mina draw on the open hand, which is to our left on the forehand side, and just try and draw as close as she can there. That's the least risky shot to play. And Linda there just having a relaxing moment. And let's see what Mina's decided to play on her forehand. Yep, that's good. It's a big swinging hand. Remember, we haven't seen this hand play that much in this game in contrast to the first game we streamed. And yeah, the bowl just turning away. One of the features of a swinging hand is you have to put more weight behind it because the bowl's travelling a longer distance, and it can be very easy to fall short on a swinging hand.
Just stepping back, either waiting for something on the other rink or some wind to.
Interesting if she's that's intriguing to me that she's switching to the forehand side, given that she's played 2 good bowls on the backhand and she wouldn't need much to move her bowl that's not on the count into it, but whatever works. And she's taken a good line for it, so that should be close to coming back in for a second shot here. Or perhaps she was looking to.
Just about hits the referee, the official from the.
Yeah, the weight she was playing there, it's almost as if she wanted to knock Mina's bowl at 9 o'clock.
Are we on a 1 or a 2 to Linda Ralph?
According to Adele, it was just 1, wasn't it?
Although we're going to check. We are going to check, yes. So we know it's going to be 12-14. Could possibly be 13-14. And we're checking here. And very shortly, I'm going to ask you a technical question. It is 2?
1. Mina's bowl was closer.
Okay.
So 12-14 is the score in this race to 21. What's your technical question,
Okay.
Dave? Fire away.
Shoes. There are special type of bowling shoes that people should be wearing. Does it matter? Does it matter depending on the surface?
Oh, there's just a... Sorry, they're just having a conversation. I think they've made an error on the scoreboard. So I think our scoreboard is 14-11. The scoreboard there is 13. Well, I can just see legs, to be honest. That's okay. We'll wait for them to sort that out. Talking about shoes, Dave.
Yeah, shoes, the best shoes to wear as a bowler, and is there better shoes to wear in different conditions or different surfaces?
There are regulations. We've got domestic regulations, I think, and there's a list of shoes that you're allowed to wear. But essentially, it is if they are smooth,
Right.
don't hold stones, and not too ridge because you don't want to damage the. Essentially, it's about not damaging the green with your shoes. And the best way to do that is a number of reputable bowling companies that sell bowling shoes.
What I'm seeing here is pretty much walking sneakers by the looks of it.
Yeah, and they'll be bowling shoes. They will have been sold as bowling shoes.
Okay.
What they're wearing, very comfortably. Some very comfortable ones around. But essentially, as long as the sole of if you look at the sole of your shoe, it can be a little bit rippled, but as long as it won't hold stones and you won't feel like it cuts into the green.
I'm just looking at my
you're
shoes
fine.
against your shoes. What have you got?
My shoes are from Kmart. So, I don't know how long they last, to be honest, Dave.
Okay, so they wouldn't be very good for bowling shoes, is what you're referring to?
Not necessarily, no. I usually wear Puma shoes when I play bowls. I have the red Ferrari ones because it's the closest I'll get to owning a Ferrari. It's got a little badge on the side, and they've got a nice flat sole and are quite comfortable to wear. But as long as the sole's smooth enough, you're happy days.
Because I'm looking at the soles of Linda Ralph there, and they almost seem to be a little bit indented rather than actually flat.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because some of the bowling shoes that you purchase as bowling shoes, over probably the last 10 years, they've become less smooth.
Right.
I suppose it's a health and safety related thing. You don't want people slipping over and turning a bowling rink into an ice skating rink. So there's sort of more ripples are happening, but the idea is not to damage the green. You don't want shoes that are going to damage the green.
And again, we're seeing over to our right, the rink there with the jack very high up the green.
Yeah, it's intriguing that pairing.
So that's a Kensington game. Someone from Kensington, I'm just not totally sure, but it's just interesting to see on the side there.
Yeah, have taken a different strategy, really, haven't they? With the shorter ends. It'll be Janice Little and Karen Barton.
Well, they're just getting very tight there to...
and Karen Barton, who's about to play this bowl now, on the other side, is an international player, apparently, so she must be visiting from overseas, perhaps from Australia. Good to have our friends. Trailing 7-11 on that board if anyone's interested in that game as we go back to this one.
And look at the width of the two first bowls. This is quite surprising. We haven't seen that from these two so far in this game as we're getting past the halfway point. We're quite a way past it.
Yeah, Linda's made amends, but easily the loosest start we've seen in this game. It just seems to go on and on at 14-12 and this race is 21. It doesn't look like anyone's really getting away apart from that 4 we saw from Mina.
That was it, really. Otherwise, other than that 1-4, it's been 1s and 2s as we have gone through the score.
Absolutely, and we may be putting a commentator's curse on it because Mina overplaying that bowl, and now Linda has a chance to draw a third shot and really put the pressure on.
So we're predicting a 21-20 end to this game?
May as well.
It looks that way.
Why not?
One of the markers there just pulling a stray bowl from the other rink.
The way it's tracking, it could very easily be a 21-20 finish. And here I think we're going to see Mina draw a second shot.
Because we've got one of her bowls at the very back, almost in the ditch.
Yeah, and it would be tempting, but there's so many gaps, so it's not really worth having a nibble. So she'll look to try. Yeah, so we've got that bowl at the back. If she can draw a second shot, she can then be attacking with her last one. So this one gets in for second. It's going to be close to it. It's a good shot here from Mina Paul. Needs it to sit down.
Too far.
That was well played. A little bit unlucky, I think. She's maybe just a foot heavy. So right in the area. And she may look to be more aggressive with her last bowl if nothing changes. Remembering she's got that bowl at the back, and we've seen that Mina's not afraid of playing an aggressive game.
I think we'll call it a measured game. She's aggressive, but she's not really going on the drive.
Yeah, not super duper fast. It's reaching, that nice reaching weight. So, for example, here.
So where are you going to go? Where is she going to go? She's getting a check there from our marker.
Two
Down
says
two.
Adele. So I think Mina will play on her forehand. If she's playing with weight, she's on her forehand looking to replace the shot bowler, move the jack back a couple of metres the weight that she plays. That's what she's opting to do here. On her forehand side, needs it to drift a little bit. It's not far away, Dave. It's not far away, looking to sit through that bowl square.
Oh, gee.
That was beautiful. Wait and see. She had weight to the 2 metre mark. So if she had trailed the jack, she would have trailed it back there for 2. A little bit narrow, she would have sat through that bowl square, but narrower again, and you hit fresh air, unfortunately, for Mina Paul. And what we will see is 2 points scored on a 14-all scoreboard.
And 14 all in the race to 21 between these two from, well, Nongataha, that is Mina Paul, and Linda Ralph from the Carlton Bowling Club in Auckland. So Bay of Plenty against Auckland. We're going to see where the mat's going to go.
Well, they've just gone for a break. I think they've gone either for a cup of tea or a toilet break. They've both left.
That's it. That's enough. We'll call it a draw. One of you is already through, and I'll take half a point.
That wouldn't go down that well at the in the Bowls New Zealand office, I don't think.
I guess so. We can have a draw. Can we have a draw?
No.
We're testing.
No, he said. No, he says with confidence.
That was lack of confidence.
Well, you shouldn't have a draw because it's 3 hours to get to 21 points.
Right.
So it shouldn't happen. We might have written somewhere there has to be a deciding end played regardless. In post section you can't have a draw obviously because you have to find a winner. I think it's the same situation.
I'm just trying to think of some technical way other than going over time that you could have a draw. Other than weather. If for instance a big weather issue came up right now, I guess you could call it a draw.
Yeah, we'd probably make them play it out at some other point.
You sound quite mean.
It's you like to. The game should be played out to find a winner, particularly in singles, which is a race of 21 points. You both can't get. It's impossible for both to get to 21 points. Although something that does happen a little bit is it is a race of 21. So when you're recording the results, it's impossible to win. Even if I'm on 20, and I score a 4 on the last end, I've won 21 to whatever it is. Because you stop keeping the score when you get to 21.
Okay.
So you cannot win a game of singles by more than 21 points to whatever. Even if I was 20 all last end and scored a 4, I've still won 21-20.
Okay, well that makes sense. So no draws unless it's a weather issue and there's no opportunities to not replay but play a decider as such.
Yeah, I'll allow that.
The rules of bowls are being changed here.
I'll allow it, but that's okay. But certainly, the first of 21 game is one that's sort of all around the place. And I do enjoy that first 21 and lots of interesting
And Alex, while we
stories.
wait, should we have a look at some other results from around the other venues? If we've got any singles or any pairs, any other women's singles or any of the men's pairs?
Yeah, it's a good idea. We can look through the women's singles. So section 1 of the women's singles at the moment, Lauren Mills is the only one qualified. They'll be waiting on results, remember, so there's probably games that have been played. Debbie White, who's won this title before, is on 3 out of 4, so needs to win a game. Malika Nathan's on 3 out of 4. Olivia Bloomfield on 2 out of 4, so in trouble. Sandra Keith the same. Dale Rayner's on 2 out of 4 as well.
So it sounds like a very close section played there.
Yeah.
With only one guaranteed through so far.
That's right. On the other one, we've spoken about Taylor Bruce, so she's on 3 out of 4 doing what she needs to do, waiting for a result of the last game there. Bev Morell on 2 out of 4. She won the Pairs in Christchurch last year. Mandy Boyd, one of the pre-tournament favourites, maybe be the pre-tournament favourite on 4 out of 4. If I was to pick someone to win the singles, I think Mandy's my pick for that, as we see the players return.
And what other results have we got? Any other section play there?
Yes. If we have a look at section 5, Karen Guilford's won 5 out of 5, so qualified comfortably. Section 6, Karen Hemmer, who was a late entry into this event, was on the waiting list and someone pulled out, is on this section, won 5 out of 5 and through into post section. We see the jack overthrown.
It is.
Oh,
no.
It must be. It looks like
there must be a lip there or
it
something.
must be. And lastly, section 7, Selena Goddard has qualified. Tessa Farley's qualified in Section 7. And no one sort of not doing what's expected. Ring Bellis out. Peter Bellis's wife, sort of in the top echelon, one of the ones who would have been favoured to qualify has failed to qualify in that section. Is something interesting. And of course, if anyone wants to look at those full results that I've just been reading out, you can find them on the Bowls New Zealand website. Just click onto there, you'll see Summerset National Singles and Pairs results, and there's links which take you to the Bowls Hub Aotearoa thing, and click on the ladder button and you'll be able to see who's done what.
And Linda Ralph, a good first bowl. Oh, that is a heavy gust. That is a very heavy gust.
Chris Lander there.
Crash having a go. Yep, here you go. Here's your cap. And that is a very heavy gust. In the end, it is Mina Paul says, no, I'm just going to do it anyway. You can see their first bowl, Linda Ralph. I guess we'll call that 3 o'clock, 3:30. And that one too far, though, from Mina Paul. The ditch, is it? Yes, it is.
So a contrasting return from these two players, Dave.
Yeah, it is. We've got one very good bowl from Linda Ralph, although she's not happy with that. Let's have a look and see if she's right.
Well, what she will be doing is holding two.
Yeah, no matter what.
When the bowl's finished, and she must have just let it go a little bit funny, a little bit wider than what she was expecting.
As we see, a bowl from the other rink there really straying off course.
Right, Mina looking to make a correction now. 14 all, first to 21, so really it's a race to 7, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and it's
Mina here.
A bit of a struggle for me now. Well,
oh, dearie me. Well, it stopped.
It stays in, but it's a little too deep, isn't it?
Yeah, she'll be disappointed with that. It's the last way you want to be restarting the game after a little break.
And I would suggest it's getting a little bit cooler because our umpire at the back there is putting on a jacket. And certainly getting just as gusty as it has been throughout the last couple of days. Although so far, touch wood, there has been no rain. Oh, look at that.
Great bowls here from Linda Ralph.
1, 2, 3.
She's just come back and has just gone, oh, we'll just put them close, shall we? And Mina here sticking to the backhand. Oh. This end becoming to quite pressure-filled.
She's going to have to do something fairly amazing at this end to actually get rid of those.
It's not far away, Dave. It's not far away at all, this correction. She'll want it to keep going.
No, it's going to hold.
Oh, that's gutting for Mina Paul. It looked good all the way. And she's 2.5 to 3 down here. Nightmare situation, but she's got a bowl left to salvage.
Yeah, but at 14 all, if you give away 3, you're in trouble.
Yeah, it's not a good time. You don't want to be doing that. She'll be aware of that. She's got last bowl. She's got a bowl at the back. I won't be surprised. We'll just wait for Linda's bowl to finish. Dangerously close to knocking Mina.
That could work. Oh, well, that's made it down to one, maybe
we'll call
2.
it 1.5. Oh, 2 there, I think, to Linda. So, I mean, a slightly better situation.
So what are you going to do here? Well, if you're Mina Paul, where are you going to put this?
Before Mina's bowl was moved, I would have just said, well, she's going to go jack in the ditch. But it's now...
Is she going to bring something around on the forehand side?
I think
try and bring it in that way. There's nothing there.
Yeah, she'll definitely be on the forehand, but it may just be a draw shot now because you would, if you play with weight, you run a real risk of accidentally chipping your bowl that sits at 1 o'clock off the head and dropping a 4. So if she plays, I think it'll be on the forehand. With more reaching weight is Liam Bilsich from the Point Chevalier Bowling Club with his cup of tea and white hat in the background. One of my club mates, lovely man, won the Auckland Champ singles in the 70s because people told him he couldn't. And on the forehand now. It's a great story.
And is that a waste?
Yeah.
It feels like a waste to me.
Yeah, she was
2 in the ditch.
She was looking to go jack in the ditch there, but probably cognizant of that.
Well, she's got 2 in the ditch and one almost in the ditch. It's a little bit of a waste.
It's a poor return for Mina. She'll be disappointed, and I think we'll see 2 points go to Linda Ralph. And the score should be 16-14 in this race to 21.
Looks as though we're going to go that way. Yeah, she's got the double the lollipop. or bunny rabbit ears?
Okay.
It is. Come on.
I can see it.
On the old-fashioned TVs, way before my time, there was rabbit's ears.
Yes. Yeah, way before your time, Dave. So 16-14 to score this race at 21. A very, very convincing end there for Linda, though.
Well, it could have been 3, maybe even 4. So there was one advantage where the bowl of Mina was just pushed a little bit closer and cut down 1.
Yeah,
so a little bit of luck, a little bit of good fortune going her way.
Mina will press the panic stations button. I think they both went away for a break, came back, and Linda put 4 bowls within a couple of feet of the jack, and Mina unable to do that. So she'll be looking to recover on the second end after the break and play the bowls that she'd been playing up until then.
Well, that's a little bit too deep to start with.
Great start for Mina. She'll be pleased to see that, to be honest.
Has it stayed in? No, it's ditched.
That bowl in the ditch. So interesting going in this direction that Linda has just seemed to have overplayed a bowl, but an opportunity now for Mina to do what Linda did to her just one end ago. Willing it back.
That's too fast as well, too deep.
It is, but it should stop. Well, at least it's something to correct from, but you would expect Linda to beat that.
So far, both of these bowlers haven't had the greatest start to this end. And you can still see the gusts of wind. You can hear it as well.
Linda.
And it suddenly calms down. No, it's back again.
That's the thing. You just have to pretend it's not there.
Oh, this is a lot straighter, isn't it? It's a late turn, but it was certainly a lot straighter than some of the others.
It was. And we see it just go out of the screen there. And I mean, the jack's longer than it has been. It's right on that 2 metre mark. Something slightly different.
Where's the mat? The mat's, no, it's relatively far back.
Yeah, 1 or 2 metres up from the 2 metre mark at that end. So it's nearly a full length jack here.
So is anybody going to try a backhand? Because all of the bowls so far have been forehand, and bar this last one, they've all been fairly deep or in the ditch, really. Now it looks as though we're going to stay with the forehand, or are we going to switch to a backhand?
She's playing on the forehand side.
We're looking for the turn now. A little bit too much turn. And just drops in there, obscuring the view for Mina. And from this camera angle, it's a little difficult to tell who's the closest. They're all fairly wide, aren't they, Alex?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very loose end by these players' standards.
And we've got this one should come around a little bit, should correct quite nicely. Oh, look at that. There we go. Well, she'll be happy, if not relieved, about that.
Yeah, it's a brilliant bowl there from Mina. Linda on the forehand side. Is she playing with weight here, Dave? Might be looking to rest the bowl or the jack.
Too much? We've gone too much around. It's not going to hold up enough.
Underneath.
So at the present time, it looks as though we've just got a 1 to Mina. We'll take it within 1 on the scoreboard as well. And she's got 1 more bowl to go, has Mina from Nongataha and the Bay of Plenty. And she's walked all the way back down.
Trailing 14-16. Just thinking about what hand she wants to play this on.
And final bowl from this end.
Backhand.
This is interesting. On her last bowl at the end, she's actually playing a backhand. The first backhand
of the entire end. She must have felt like it was. Oh, the weight she's played that with. Perhaps that bowl of Linda's that's sitting at 4 o'clock. If she'd got rid of it, Maybe she would have been sitting with 2 or 3 shots. She might have just been trying to pluck the bowl out.
She just gets the one on this occasion and goes to 15, and just the 1 point behind. So Mina Paul, 15, Linda Ralph, 16. Where is the mat going to go? It looks as though it's going quite a way back. And these two just can't really escape from each other, can they?
No, it's been a very well contested game to watch. And I think that 21-20 call that you made a bit earlier on, Dave, that might come through.
So we've talked about shoes. We've talked about weight of bowls and weight of the jack. What about uniforms? What you wear in a competition like this? I'm assuming there is some restrictions?
The pairs have to be matching uniforms.
Right. And but they don't have to be matching bowls, though.
No, they don't have to be matching bowls, just matching uniforms. And I think there's something about a collared shirt somewhere. I think that might be...
oh, there's a drive behind us that just went bash. Oh, had to escape out the way there.
Bit of speed.
Just
on the
lost
Auckland
his
Bowling
foot.
Club's shirt.
Goodness. Had to jump out of the way, one of the other bowlers from that competition. That drive was quick and scattered everything. But in the meantime, this is coming around nicely from Linda Ralph.
Great shot.
It's going to sit just even better, actually. On the forehand, no, on the backhand there, sorry.
Oh, we've got a missing hat from the marker on the other rink. Good bowls here again for Mina. So she's just had that one little blip, that first return from that break. Mina played a very forgettable end, but other than that, she's been pretty good the last 10 or 15. And trailing 15-16, remembering that Linda has already qualified for the singles, and Mina needs to win this game to be in with a chance. Linda's lost her head as well. You can see it is really challenging conditions out there for these players.
So at the moment we have Linda Paul, I make that Linda Ralph, who is the closest with 2, quite close indeed.
Yeah, good bowls here from Linda Ralph, picking this way really nicely. And Mina, this isn't far away either, Dave. Look at the wind, push the bowl. When's it going to turn?
It's going to work too.
Brilliant stuff there from Mina Paul.
And which one is going to be the closest here? What are you measuring?
Mina will be holding the shot there. And that was a beautiful bowl there from Mina. Perfectly played.
Wait for it.
Nah, it's 1 to Mina, Adele. You should listen to me. 1 to Mina.
So what was the description there?
So Adele was saying that Mina's last bowl was a couple of bowls high of the jack, which means passed from the player's end, and the other bowl's a couple of bowls low. So in reality, Mina's bowl's maybe a bowl past the jack, and the other bowl's a bowl low of the jack, we would say. Not even quite that.
As we look at this, Alex, I can see there's nothing on the forehand side. Look at that, almost lined up.
Yeah.
It's almost dominoes on the backhand side. Almost quite beautiful in a way, the light and then the dark.
Yeah, they've all played the perfect green on the backhand side. I think it's because the players have found it easier to play the side towards the clubhouse. You don't lose so many bowls, so they've persisted with it.
Well, it's 3 and 3, so one more each. You don't think anybody's going to switch around?
We may see at this point them switch because we've got those short bowls now on that backhand side, so it's blocking the way. But it's a big switch, and Mina will be aware that she needs to take a lot of green and give it a bit more weight than what she's been playing on the backhand side because the bowl travels that longer distance.
Well, you're going to have to be very confident if you are going to switch on your fourth.
Yeah, and you want to miss wide. If she misses, she wants to be missing wide of the head here, and she's decided not to do that. Fair enough for Mina.
As we wait for this bowl to come around.
What she's essentially said there to Linda is, I don't think that you can draw the shot on the forehand. That's essentially what you're saying with that bowl.
And at the present time, according to our marker, we are having a measurement.
Yeah, although
you're biased
am
one way.
very confident, if you'll biased, if you excuse the pun, I'm very confident that Mina is holding the shot there.
And then we've got actual Linda Ralph coming down to see for herself. She's had it explained to her, but she just wants to see for herself. What is Linda Ralph going to do here? She's not going to go to the forehand then, is she?
It depends where Mina's bowl finished in the line. Mina's last bowl, that short bowl there that you see at 1 o'clock, might be in the way of Linda's bowl. So Linda may be forced to play the forehand, which would be a very challenging bowl to play. She doesn't have much room. But it might be the only thing that she's got on, I think, Dave. We'll wait and see what Linda thinks. Yep, lining up on the forehand side here. Big bowl in the context of the game. Linda's leading 16-15. We think one down on the head.
So you believe it's going to be a forehand?
I thought
she's holding it there.
Yeah, it was, but she keeps changing her mind.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard to tell.
On your forehand, Linda. There we go. On her forehand, she is.
So she's going to go straight or bring it around wide?
She'll draw, I think. So we'll see this bowl go very wide, which it is. Now, how far is it going to come back in? Oh, it's not so challenging on that hand.
Okay, let's get out the measuring. Now you're going for the speckled light blue of Menopole, and I am totally neutral, but Linda Ralph is on the darker one. And from that view, I'm still not sure.
Mina's holding the shot. I've said it with confidence, so I hope I'm right. We'll wait and see.
Let's have a little look. We might not see it from this angle.
The good thing from the measuring point of view is both the bowls are sitting flat, so they're easy to measure when they're sitting flat.
Oh, you're
just ask me, Dave. One to Mina there.
I think it's a first, actually.
A second. I've been right one other time today.
16 each, and that 21-20 is looking more and more likely, because over the last few ends, particularly after they had a toilet break as such, both players, well, haven't been able to really gain the ascendancy. And as we said, 16 each, it's looking like we're going to go right down to the wire. 21-20, first to 21 in this post-section play at the Summerset National Singles and Pairs. It is at the Browns Bay Bowling Club, where you can hear the wind. You'll be able to see it, not so much in the trees to the right at the moment, but certainly you can hear it.
Yeah,
it is making it quite difficult.
Yeah, it's a good. We'll call it a good challenge for the players. Obviously, not ideal conditions. Such as life, and that jack again thrown to the 2 metre mark.
Where
a
is
long
the mat?
end here. The mat looks like it's only
at the back.
Yeah, a metre up maybe from the 2 metre mark at that end. So nearly a near full length jack here from Menopole on the forehand side. Willing this bowl on. It's the perfect green. I remember earlier on today, Dave, I spoke about something dying in the hole, and I thought it might be a cribbage reference. I don't think it is, on reflection. Been thinking about it. It's probably something to do with the golf.
Yeah, probably a golf one, but I'm sure it's.
I just thought
we've got a green and we've got a white ball.
Because in crib, you can sort of you can finish one of the things short. So we see Linda Ralph there navigate really well on the forehand. That's a good bowl, a good starter.
So you're going to have a pick on who's going to win this?
I think Mina. Because Mina needs to win it. Linda's already qualified for post-section. Mina needs to win it to stay in with the chance. So I think she's more motivated. And when it gets to that crunch time, and they might be 20 apiece, and she needs to play a big bowl, I think that might make just a slight difference when it comes to the crunch time, Dave.
Well, Alex, in these next few ends, maybe we'll get you to check through on the men's pairs and see if we have any updates from around the region. And this one's sitting very nicely. It should fall the right way. It does.
Great bowl there from Linda Ralph. And Mina under huge pressure already in this by the third bowl of this end.
And all going on the forehand side at the present time at the moment. We are looking for this to come round, and it's not going to. Just bounces
Two
off.
bowls at the back. We may see Mina switch and get aggressive with her last bowl.
Oh, that's nice. That's actually held up nicely. Oh, it doesn't quite move an earlier bowl closer to the jack, but it does line up for a 3 at the present time.
It's great bowls there. And Mina coming down to investigate the head, which is fair enough.
Could she be more aggressive? I mean, she doesn't want to hit the jack directly. It's more aggressive to try and get those 2 balls, which are at 9 p.m.
To be fair, she does have those 2 bowls at the back of the head as well, Dave. So if she did hit the jack, it wouldn't be the end of the world.
At 16 all, it could only take 2 ends for her opponent to win, or vice versa.
Absolutely. And she's staring down the barrel of it. I mean, she misses this bowl, she's going to drop a 4. So Mina, big decision to make here. She's played very well this game. Some great bowls under pressure, opting for her forehand. And we'll see if it's a draw. She's underneath, so she's playing a run shot here. The way her foot position on the mat, she's underneath the line. So she's looking for the bowl or the jack here on the forehand. Mina Paul. She's not far away, Dave. This is right in the area here.
No, it's got too much on, and it's missed
everything.
everything.
She was within a bowl. That was a great effort there from Mina, but disappointing. And she's going to be 2016 down.
Well, possibly 2016 or just 1916?
I can't see Linda Ralph not drawing a 4th shot. And gutting end there for Mina Paul. Gutting May to drop a 4. She wasn't that far away with the last bowl as Linda here navigates that bowl.
And you got it right.
4 right there.
4.
And 2016, suddenly in the blink of an eye, this game has gone right to the precipice, and Mina in trouble.
Well, we've only had 2 4s that we've known of on the entire match, and 1 now each. But this particular 4 is vital.
Comes at a good time for Linda Ralph.
And Mina Paul is really going to have a struggle to come back into this and try and win it. First to 21. Already Linda Ralph is through. And Mina Paul, well, she's still got 1 life remaining, or 1 match remaining that she could get through if she wins. If she drops this, 1 more opportunity to actually go through. And let's see the mats near the back again. And we'll have another go with the jack.
So Mina getting to dictate the length.
And we can just hear and see
look at that. The wind has definitely got up.
It has. That hasn't seemed to worry the men in the background, because there was another huge drive coming in. They're just like, it's like 10-pin bowling. Let's just try and knock everything down.
Well, the quicker you go, the less it turns.
Well, I don't think there's been any turn at all for some of them in the back. I saw him get down on his haunches and just
play it with some speed.
Yeah, it is 10-pin bowling. I think they've forgotten that, guys, it's not quite what you want all the time.
Fair enough. And Linda here on the back end. So Linda leading 2016. Minda's done the hard work. Minda's done the hard work to get to 16 points. It's still winnable from here, but she needs to.
But what a great start!
Yeah, string couple needs to get there. It's a great start there from Linda. Again from the players here, and that will look right on the jack. Mina on the back end, experienced campaigner. She's been here and done this. Watch this bowl, willing it to come back into the head. Not far away. It's good stuff. Good stuff there from Mina Paul. She still wants to win. And she's drawn the shot. Lovely bowl.
We're just waiting for that one to drop down. It hasn't so far.
Yeah, sometimes they stay
Upright.
up on their running surface. Linda on the back end.
Oh, this is going to push it closer. Oh, not quite. But it blocks our view, or blocks the view, that is, of Mina Paul. And the women's singles, 127 entrants. 328 in the men's singles. And 205 in the men's pairs. In the women's pairs, it's 88. And that is wide, extremely wide. It'll be signalled to wide in cricket. And don't forget that tomorrow we'll have the open disability singles and open disability pairs. And she's saying you got one.
One to Mina, says Adele. So Mina hanging in there at the moment. Linda within a point of winning this game. On the back end. And giving this one a chance. She's got both of her bowls to promote into the head. They don't need to move far. Just needs one roll even. So close but so far away there, Linda Ralph. And Mina Paul just needs to get another one on the head. Line it up on her backhand side. Let it go pretty smoothly. Looking this other interest. She doesn't want to do is accidentally knock up. She's not going to. Now she doesn't want to accidentally knock herself out of the head. This is panic stations. What's happened?
And that is going to make it very difficult to figure who's closest.
If she somehow held on to the shot there, she'll be
relieved.
Thanking the omnipotent maybe for salvaging that situation.
Still one bowl remaining there for Mina Paul. She may still have the one.
Yeah, Linda's been shown the way by Mina. And she'll be looking to rest Mina's bowl out of the head. Willing it to turn. I don't think it's quite going to come back for it. And Mina coming to have a look.
Has she got the one still?
Very hard to tell. I wouldn't want to make a call on this one, Dave.
You made a call on an earlier one, and she's measuring to herself.
My instinct would be just. I don't think her collision bowl moved far enough away for it not to be counting. But certainly, I wouldn't even be surprised if we saw Mina switch hands. If you're holding one here, one's good fishing. You know, you go 17, 20 down, get another end. It's such a dangerous head to play to. There's short bowls of Linda's to hit up, which would be easy to do by mistake. If she's holding one here, I think you just stay away from it and be grateful for the 1 point. On the backhand, just giving herself a chance. She makes it 2. It's a pretty impressive effort here from Mina Paul.
It's coming around nicely.
Be careful, Mina. Great bowl. Classy stuff there.
So we are on 2. Let's take a little look.
Yeah, that's a confident bowl there from Mina. I'm really impressed by that. That would have felt so easy from her mat end for that to go badly. So great bowls there from Mina Paul, and she's in this for the long haul.
And potentially we could go, well, it's switched around. Getting those 2 there gives Mina Paul an opportunity. She needs a 3 here to win it in one end. Linda Ralph just needs 1.
They can both now win it within one end, can't they, essentially? And pressure's a funny thing. So certainly going right down to the wire. I think that 21-20 is probably still quite a good call.
I'm still in.
Well, if Mina wins, it's going to be 29-20, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you'd be right. But it's going to be a close one. Mina here on the forehand. The direction that she dropped a 4 on last time she played this way, and the same thing might happen again. She'll be thinking to herself, she won't feel like that's close enough against Linda Ralph, who's been playing so well. Linda on the forehand side. Look at this stuff. Holds a little bit to swallow the jack. Not quite, but it's enough for one. And a good first bowl there from Linda Ralph.
So where's Mina Paul going to go? Forehand, backhand, a little bit more aggressive?
Yeah, she'll stick on her forehand and just try and make that little correction. She wasn't that far off. If you look at her first bowl, she's only 2 or 3 feet short of the jack and maybe a foot narrow. So she's looking to make that little correction here. And this is not far away. If it keeps running, it needs to keep running. Not to be there for Mina Paul. And now there's pressure on her third and fourth bowl. She's game down.
And Linda Ralph just needs to keep it steady. Doesn't need to do anything too much. And on the forehand, we'll look for a little bit of a late turn. Strong though, there's a lot of roll on this one.
It is. It's overplayed. Saw a collision, but it sat down, so it's not too bad. Holding the win after what has been a mammoth game, really, from these two players. 24. This is the 25th end.
Really, we're up to 25.
25th end.
Well, that's one of those marathons that you were talking about in Australia.
Yeah, it just goes and goes.
31.
Mina here on the probe. She's got the jack movement.
But did her other ball stay in?
Oh, I'm not sure. I
have to check from the other angle, and it didn't.
Well, it's in the ditch, but it's. I don't think it's the shot. So Linda holding one. Mina, a very aggressive bowl there. And Linda just getting down on her forehand. So we may be watching Linda's last bowl of the game if Mina can't draw the shot.
Well, this is the thing for Linda, though. She's had to adjust her game to where the jack has moved to now.
Yes, precisely. Although she's done it quite well.
Oh, very well.
Look at this, Dave. That's
insane. It is going to stay beautifully as well.
That's ridiculously good from Linda Ralph. And Mina now with a decision to make. She may come and have a look at the head. She can either try and... Yeah, she's going to play the backhand. So she might... we might see some aggression here. Bowl or jack on the backhand. Potentially Mina's last bowl. She's 20-18 down. First to 21. On the probe. Now she's hoping for luck. She needs to clunk into her first one for a bit of luck.
Oh.
Bit of luck.
Oh.
I think she's done it. I think the jack's...
It's staying.
She's got a bit of luck there because look, Mina's bowl is there at 11 o'clock on the thing, on the clock face. Sorry, I'm a bit excitable from that result.
Well, she's just got the indication of one.
Oh, she's been looked after by something.
So let's just check. Maybe we check back down again as we see this bowl.
The fact that Linda's playing her bowl would indicate that Mina's holding one to her toucher in the ditch. And she managed to snick the jack over to that side via hitting her shortest bowl on the rink onto the jack. And Linda here looking to draw the jack in the ditch for one. Beautiful stuff there from Linda Ralph.
And that is it.
That's incredible stuff.
Oh, brilliant.
One to Linda. And what a dramatic end to that game.
Well, she takes it 21-18 in the end. It didn't quite end up as our 21-20, but it was certainly very close between these two competitors. And Linda Ralph, let's just make sure, yes, everything is. That's a handshake there. Linda Ralph takes out this game 21-18. The player from Carlton defeating Mina Paul from Nongataha. And a very entertaining finish there. You can see the umpires, the officials just having a bit of a chat to them. And Mina Paul... They're all discussing it about how it ended up that way with just about every ball in the ditch or certainly very close to it. And it does mean that Linda Ralph continues her good run. Mina Paul still has one more opportunity to actually make it to post section. And she does have that one match. And if she wins that, well, she can still make it through. No guarantee though, right?
No guarantee. She needs to. Oh, well, once you win 4, you're through. And if she plays like she did in that game against Linda, I would put Mina the favourite to win her next game and win her way through to post section. It was a good example of just all the ways good exponents of the sport, both Linda and Mina. Lots of good bowls under pressure from both of them. Bit of aggression. And I think, Dave, now we can sit back and watch some highlights of the game that we just watched. That 21-18 win to Linda Ralph, ensuring that Mina has to play her last game, and we see here some of the highlights. Mina with the light blue speckle.
That's
Good stuff there. Yeah, she's played some great bowls.
it's like pinball on that one.
And we can see there, and it was interesting, I think a feature of this game for me is that the players favoured the hand that didn't swing as much. We saw the vast majority of the bowls played. What a shot there from Linda Ralph, chipping the bowl out. The vast majority of the bowls played on that clubhouse side, the more forgiving hand, unlike the first game where
first game we saw
the
a lot
players
going
favoured
up.
the swinging hand, which was an interesting decision.
Well, also though that we had the greens switch around from going towards the clubhouse to going alongside the clubhouse from the earlier game to this one.
Day to day, yeah.
So that does sort of maybe change things a little bit.
Yeah, potentially, but certainly it was just a good game, and I think I can't overstate how hard it is to play bowls in these conditions either, Dave. And we saw some, when we look at these heads here, the heads were tight, and it allowed the third and fourth bowl with a bit of aggression. This bowl here, great save from Mina. She was 3 down and drew second shot. Some pretty impressive stuff from these players.
Yeah, look at that.
Linda Ralph.
But also that the wind was so strong that people were losing their hats. I'm sure at one stage Tamara had to hold on to a camera.
Yes.
Holding on to it before it ended up on the beach.
Get it to blow away. There were some good moments for sure.
Yeah, look at that. Just lovely sitting there. And certainly at some stages it was no one was really getting away. We had 2 fours, but the rest of the time they kept with each other all the way.
Yeah, I think it deserved to be a 21-18 win to someone. I wouldn't say that either player played better than the other one, really, Dave. It was a very even match, lots of good bowls from both, so a good game of bowls to watch, really. And here we see this dramatic last end. Mina nicked the jack once and twice, cannoning her short bowl, and then boom, Linda jack in the ditch
To adjust the camera to actually
win
see
the
it.
game. Great finish to that game it was, Dave, as we come to the end of our coverage for today.
Yeah, 2 very entertaining singles contests, and the Summerset National Singles and Pairs. Firstly, we did see Caitlin Thomson there, and she won from Mokoroa over Rhonda Adams. That was a good contest there. The spoiler as such for Caitlin. And then it was Linda Ralph defeating Mina, and Ralph in good form. Mina still an opportunity to make it through. So thank you very much to people outside, all of them, the scorers, the markers, you name it, and also all the camera people, and Tamara as well. And to all of the competitors, we'll be back again tomorrow, same time, and we'll be looking at the Open Disability Singles and Open Disability Pairs. Thank you very much, Dave Worsley and Alex Reed.